Good evening, chat. It is just me at the moment. Boat Chef is having Boat Chef problems. Disco is late because she's getting dinner. And I believe our good friend Bleach is still roaming around the mountainside. I have coffee, so I'm slightly happier than usual. Right. So, who we got in chat? We have Primed, UCIB to 1, and Monkey. Hello, everyone. Morbin time. What's this Morbin thing? Oh god, it's Marvel. Ew. Oh, Morbius. Is that it? I see. Well, that's something strange. Let's see, chat. You see why I did one. No, I don't have an OnlyFans. If only people were that pathetic. Primed, how do I take my coffee? Milk. About it. Milhouse is about to morb, and Prime Knight says he needs to get some tissues. Ah, dear. Based. What are you doing? Get in here. Keep me company. Speaking of the monkey. Hey.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Thank you for joining.
You sounded...
Oh, and we have a trim. My god, I thought you weren't going to make it, trim.
I almost thought so, but turns out that my cabin mate is going to have an all-dayer, so I might be able to pull off an hour or two.
Yeah, very nice.
Yes.
We have no disco today?
Disco is late and gay. Apparently getting food.
Late and gay.
The avatars have stopped working. So.
I mean, when isn't she?
Well, sometimes she's on time.
Ah.
So I'm glad Monkey could join us. He had a very good response to this video from the Twatters. So I will play the video, and we will all do some suffering while it plays, and then if Base to be so kind, he can give his response.
Oh, so I shouldn't get on the YouTubes and see the direct sending. Sounds like a good idea. Thank you for the warning.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I want to talk about the laws that are coming into place across the country, particularly the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida, that I'm genuinely surprised has not popped up in conservative-ass Utah. That teachers, especially queer teachers, are not grooming your children. We are teaching them love and acceptance and respect from a very young age. We, as teachers, are not trying to turn your straight kid gay. We're trying to make sure your queer kids survive. One of conservatives' main talking points right now are that kindergarten to 4th grade is way too young to even be thinking about that kind of stuff. I was 8 when I first thought that there was something different. Transgender individuals have reported knowing that they were born in the wrong body since the youngest I heard, I think, was 4, but it could be younger. Something that has not been talked about much about, particularly the Don't Say Gay bill, is one of the things talks about the mental health of queer youth, which is a huge concern right now, but not for the reason that they say. That bill says that teachers are required to report to parents about any mental health concerns, including their sexuality and gender identity. I will always have my students' mental and physical health at the front of my priorities. I will never out a student. Never in my life will I do that. Most of my students know that I am out. Because I'm not ashamed of it. And because I am so open about it and I normalize it, I have made my band a safe space. And that makes me incredibly happy because that's my number one goal.
Right. So, fat, purple-haired pedophile promises they're totally not grooming your kids.
What the fuck is that?
Can
And
I
why are you
just-
putting the chippy?
Oh, hey, she arrived just in time to suffer. Welcome.
Yeah.
Holy shit, what the fuck is this?
Landwild, pedophile, child molester, groomer.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely disgusting.
Yes. And Prime Knight's going to get the solar-powered wood chipper.
Lovely.
Oh, that doesn't. It's not enough
we need-
energy.
well,
We
we
need
do
a
that.
nuclear-powered wood
Oh,
chipper.
excellent, because that'll also piss them off.
No, what pisses me off more is like a coal-powered one. Just, as you're
Fossil fueled.
chopping them up, there's just like smog coming out the back of it, and they're like, no, it's not green.
No. There will be enough smog from just fucking chipping these things. We don't need to overdo it,
What
guys.
if, after we chip them, we render them down into biodiesel?
Do you want functioning biodiesel or just do you want slag?
Well, we've already got
'Cause
slag.
that's how you get slag.
Yeah, there's plenty of slags.
Exactly what to do. Once they're finished with the wood chipper, you take their remains, you somehow make it into fuel, and then you use that to power the fuel chipper for the next one.
Exactly.
Ah.
Yeah, but even if you try to make them useful, you just can't make them useful.
Bleach Demon's ears have perked up and said, did someone say diesel?
Ah, dear. So, Base, did you want to read your comments from the other day on your server?
Oh, yeah, I responded to this. I'll admit, I was a little bit drunk at the time and just decided to go for a rant.
It was a good rant.
It was a good
Let me
round.
find it. Yeah,
Let's
it's
have a
basically
dramatic reading. No, dramatic
Yeah.
reading.
Is what?
We need a dramatic reading.
A dramatic reading. Okay.
Yeah.
Very dramatic.
ASMR dramatic reading.
Okay. We fully understand what you're trying to do. Okay, I'm not doing this. It's way too camp. Right. We fully understand what you're trying to do, and yet it's highly illegal and completely inappropriate to talk to children about what they like to do in bed, and leaves the door wide open for abusers to do what they want without any protection. Why can they not understand that? If you talk to a child about their sexuality before puberty hits, and the appropriate time comes, you rightfully should talk to a child about this kind of stuff, I will regard you as a pedophile. And you should either be imprisoned like everybody else, the same as straight people, murdered by your community, as many pedophiles are, or put on a sex offenders register to warn people of your inclination. And when the time does come for that conversation to happen with children, I do not trust a mentally ill person who dresses as a clown with pink hair and blue lipstick to have that kind of serious discussion with anybody's children. I will have that conversation with them, and they will grow up perfectly healthy, whether they're gay, straight, or legitimately trans. That was pretty much my rant, my semi-drunken rant I had in my server the other day.
I like that one.
That's a good one.
It's good.
And this bitch is like, oh, I'm not going to out kids to their parents. Oh, you mean the people who can get them therapy?
Yeah, but it's about recruiting numbers, isn't it? Like, they don't want them to go to therapy and be okay with the body that they're in. No, they want to pump those numbers.
Well, that's it. They don't want them to be part of the 90+% who age out of it with just naturally through puberty, and out of that remaining 10%, most of those, a little bit of therapy goes a long fucking way.
Mm-hmm. But you're getting them
Basically,
at an age
like
where
that Gluckin to like pump it up.
you're getting them at an age where they're either really susceptible or they're gonna be like confused about changes happening anyway.
Yep, that's it. Like, they don't fit in with their friends anymore, especially if they're a young girl that used to hang out with the boys all the time. Oh, what's that? You've hit puberty and now the boys are treating you differently? No, must be trans. Can't possibly just be normal for a fucking female.
The thing is, they seem to be perfectly aware about what they're doing as well, because they're aware that, like, to tell the child not to tell anybody I'm doing this. Don't tell anybody I'm doing this. They know what they're doing, and they know what they're doing is wrong.
Well, what they would say is they would say it's because society is transphobic, so if you tell your parents, they'll probably try and talk you out of being trans. Shut the fuck up.
Damn right, it's transphobic.
No, they'll have a same conversation with you.
Get in the chipper.
Yeah.
Hey, you have the soundboard?
I do have the soundboard. I'm saving it. We don't want to overuse it.
Oh.
I'll have to trim the sound file so I can put it on loop for. Dear.
It'll just be playing it at work. Like, we'll be walking around the boat and all everybody will hear is, "Get in the chipper, bitch!"
Yeah.
As the guests are like, what?
I mean, it's not a disagreeable position.
Yep. Another thing this bitch said is like, oh, you don't want us talking to fourth graders about this. Well, I knew by the time I was 8 that I was different. What? Were you an amorphous? Were you an amorphous blob who doesn't fit traditional female gender roles because you're fugly? Are you trans because you're fugly? Yes.
I mean, look at it. Thing. What is that? Can someone tell me what that is? Because if somebody calls that a troll, I'm gonna get upset, because trolls from Norse mythology, who are deformed from birth in every description, look actually pretty compared to that.
An ogre? Maybe an ogre.
I think calling people trolls
even
is ableism,
ogres.
right?
I think Shrek would be offended if you called that an ogre. But what that is,
ogres are dead trolls.
What that is a mentally ill, not traditionally attractive person who has been indoctrinated to believe that if you don't exactly fit the female stereotype, which is apparently a bad thing that doesn't exist anyway, but we won't bother getting into that particular bit of doublethink. If you're not don't exactly fit the stereotype, which is bad and doesn't exist, but then you must be trans.
Well, this is why I keep saying, like, they absolutely would have come after me if I'd been born like 15 years later. They'd have been out for recruitment.
I think my cousin used to have a massive chest full of like dress up gear. I don't know why she had it, but she had it. And every time I was over, we would all dress up in ridiculous clothes. There's so many times as a child I dressed up as a woman just because I thought it was funny. And I'm thinking today they would have lopped my dick and balls off.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they'd have absolutely been like signing me up for fucking breast removal.
Mm. Yeah, it's crazy. Just let kids be kids, all right? Like,
because I was one of these
you can
fucking
figure out your
tomboys,
sexuality during puberty when you're supposed to, not when you're 8 or 4. It's ridiculous.
I was one of these tomboys that was like always up a tree. Like, I'd always ask for fucking toy cars and stuff. Like, they'd have been like, "Oh, we better take the breasts off this one," and it's like, no, I just like slightly different things to like the girls who were covered in makeup. Like,
Disco, your tits. Take them off now.
Oh, God.
It's insane to think that, if I had just been born in a different time, that they'd have absolutely been trying to convince me.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yep.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, how about...
And the question is, would I have, at like 12, 13, would I have disagreed with them if they'd approached me in the right way?
No, which is why they approach you in the right way as early as possible and then tell your parent that they want a special relationship with you that you don't share with your mummy and daddy, because that's totally not the definition of grooming.
Mm.
I know,
That's the
right?
exact definition.
How about a New York Times op-ed by Lisa Celine Davis? My daughter is not transgender, she's a tomboy.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to check, the teacher said. Your child wants to be called a boy, right? Or is she a boy that wants to be called a girl? Which is it again? I cocked my head. I'm used to correcting strangers who mistake my 7-year-old daughter for a boy 100% of the time. In fact, I love correcting them, making them reconsider their perceptions of what a girl looks like. But my daughter had been attending the after-school program where this pedophile taught for 6 months. She's a girl, I said. The woman looked unconvinced. Really? She's a girl and you can refer to her as a girl? Later, when I relayed this conversation to my daughter, she said, more girls should look like this so it's more popular, so grown-ups won't be so confused. Kid's not fucking wrong.
And at the same time, like, the double think left, like, tells us that there is no, like, there shouldn't be any genders, like, any difference between male and female. They're basically the same. It's like, okay, so why are you having such a hard time with a girl that's not in a dress? Like, why does this confuse you so much?
At the exact same time that they're telling us that gender's not real and men and women are exactly the same thing, and that gender stereotypes are bad and caused by the patriarchy. Yeah, all that, but also any woman that doesn't fit the gender stereotype is actually a man. Like, fuck off, you idiots.
Sign her up for fucking breast
Yeah,
removal.
cut her tits off, soap her vagina. And it really does seem to be showing his gender.
Yeah.
You are at all times subject to no gender roles and also the strictest possible interpretation of gender roles. So if you do anything that's remotely female, you are
like
literally a female.
The trans
right is more fucking liberal than that, where they're just like, unless you go to sort of the hard right, where they're like, get in the kitchen, like legitimately get in the kitchen, like.
And even
people,
then, they're not as
on,
strict on the gender roles.
Even on the right are just like, yeah, I mean, these are probably the ideals, but there's outliers, like.
Like even on the hard, really crazy religious right that are full on get in the kitchen, bitch. They still don't think that it's not a woman. They think it's a degenerate woman. They think it might need a strong man to beat it into submission, but they still think it's a woman. Like fucking sideways.
Very ugly, disfigured woman.
Disco chat requests that you say get in the kitchen, bitch.
Get in the kitchen, bitch.
That's going to be the new sound clip.
Less frustrated and more just generally angry. Like this.
Yes. So the article goes on. My daughter wears track pants and t-shirts. She has shaggy short hair. The look she requested from the hairdresser was Luke Skywalker in episode 4. Most but not all of her friends are boys. She's sporty and strong, incredibly sweet, and a girl. But she doesn't fit the stereotypes exactly, so we need to put her on puberty blockers and cut her tits off.
Seems reasonable to me. Oh, wait.
But
That's
also,
fucking
gender
insane.
roles, gender stereotypes and gender roles are bad, and we shouldn't hold people to them.
But which is great, because like we would, like, all of 2-3 years ago, we were sitting here going, what the hell are these feminists on about? Gender roles don't exist, but also at the same time the fault of the patriarchy. Now it's like,
Yeah.
all
Gender
that
roles don't exist, but if you don't fit into these non-existent gender roles, it's time to put you on hormones and make you the other gender. Like, what?
I don't know about you, but sure seems reasonable to me.
Yep. So, this woman goes on, and yet she's asked by the pediatrician, by her teachers, by people who've known her for many years, if she feels like or wants to be called or wants to be a boy. So she then goes all, I'm a good leftist, I promise. In many ways, this is wonderful. It shows a much-needed sensitivity to gender nonconformity and transgender issues. No, fuck off. There's no such thing as gender nonconformity, and transgender is a made-up delusion. It's considered of adults to ask her in the beginning. No, it's not. They shouldn't never ask a kid that. But when they continue to question her gender identity and are skeptical of her response, the message they send is that a girl cannot look and act like her and still be a girl. Exactly what we've been saying.
Exactly.
So they then say she is not gender non-conforming, she is gender role non-conforming. But we've been.
No, she's a tomboy. Leave her alone. Like.
Yes, in fact, tomboy is a gender role. Because guess what? Men can't be
Yes.
tomboys. Part of the definition.
Surprisingly. So they
I
can
just
be
wanna be a
tom girls
tomcat.
and keep those away from me.
You go back to work.
I don't work on
This
weekends.
feels like the
Right,
TERF
right.
situation all over again. The TERFs versus the trans, because she clearly believes that gender roles shouldn't be conformed to, which is a feminist thing. But then going against the trans community again, yeah. These people are just going to infight forever.
Well, that's it. She had
Which
to
is kind
sit
of funny.
there and put
I'm
in an
probably
entire
not enjoying-
sentence of, I promise I'm a good leftist, please don't burn me.
I'm
Yeah.
really
You
enjoying
started
the
all
TERF
this.
versus intersexual. Like, I'm
Yeah.
really enjoying it.
It's great. It's keeping the TERFs distracted while we slowly restore sanity. Okay, so
Sanity, the fuck is that?
yeah, I think it's that thing we had briefly in the 20s. Briefly. So, Les says, she does not fit into the mold that we adults who have increasingly assumed millenniums-old gender roles ourselves. As women work outside the home and men participate in the domestic sphere, still imposed upon our children. Left alone, would boys really never wear pink? That rhetorical pink was for decades considered a masculine colour. Would girls naturally reject matchbox cars? Of course not, but if they show preferences for these things, we label them. Somehow, as we've broadened our awareness of and support for gender nonconformity, we've narrowed what we think a boy or girl can look like and do.
I mean, yes.
Yeah, because they've sat there and gone, oh, it's gender's non-binary. It's a spectrum. So anything that isn't exactly 100% female or 100% male is non-binary. And if you're non-binary, they're going to cut bits off you and call you trans.
Yeah, that sounds.
Let's just leave people
reasonable if
alone,
You're
like-
fucking crazy.
Just leave people alone. And if in the small percentage who seem genuinely distressed, like, take them to an actual credible fucking therapist.
Yes. And guess what?
Like, don't
The
go
appro-
out recruiting kids who don't fit in tiny little boxes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and also, transgender is quite possibly the biggest, most successful con that's ever been enforced upon society. There's no such thing as transgender individuals. All we've got is people with a mental illness, also known as gender dysphoria, who have been allowed to trick their doctors into cutting their bits off. Like, no, fuck off.
Yep.
Like, never at any time in human history, out of the last 30 years or so, give or take, has this shit been remotely presented in the realms of possibility. Oh, but there were two spirits and these men dressing up as women in ancient history. Yeah, but they didn't cut their dicks off. Do you know why? Because they would have died. There's this thing called infection.
That's true. Like, I don't know why, but I do know one person who's been through a transition and is happier for it, but I don't know why it's the first thing that they go for as well. Like, even this person, when I asked them outright, I was like, look, if there had been a pill that you could have taken that would have made the gender dysphoria go away, and she says, yeah, I'd have taken your hand up for it. Like, absolutely. Now, it might not have been right for me, but I would have wanted it to have existed, and I want it to exist for other people. Because the fact that we go straight for surgery and start lopping bits off is absurd.
Yep.
In any other illness, surgery is like a last resort.
Well, they've literally made it illegal to offer therapy to people with this known mental condition. Like, treating people with gender dysphoria by sitting them down and going, are you sure you want your dick cut off? No, that's conversion therapy and bad for some reason.
Yeah, or, would it... Would it be so terrible to be able to offer them a pill that might, suppress the dysphoria? Would that be so terrible to say, okay, we'll try this for 6 months and see if the gender dysphoria goes away before we start cutting bits off you? Because surely the whole point should be to help them live a less distressed life.
Yeah, like
Yeah, but that would be good for them, and we
like
can't
like
capitalize on
like
their
let's
suffering.
let's apply this exact same logic to another mental illness. Ooh, we'll call it depression. Okay, and what do people with depression want to do? Kill themselves. So the solution is suicide boxes, like in Futurama. Like, for
Do
fuck's
we
sake,
starve
don't...
people with anorexia?
I mean, I can't remember.
That's a good idea.
No, we don't. In fact, in some cases, they take them into hospital and they force feed them.
Yep, or the closest parallel I can think of, which I'm sure only differs slightly in terminology, is body dysmorphia, where it's like, oh, this isn't my arm. Please cut it off, Miss Doctor. The doctor doesn't do that!
Yeah, and they get really they put themselves in danger with that as well, because they'll try and cut it off, and they'll try and have it amputated due to an accident, so they'll try and mangle it.
Yep, because they don't want the doctors to reattach it. Because guess
And
what?
The
doctors will
take the arm
reattach
off.
it.
But if it's not an arm and instead a penis, well, get the scalpel.
Yep, that's it. I can't even research this properly because there's they made doing actual research illegal.
Yeah. How dare you? Check things out yourself?
Yeah, and this just shows that they know that they're wrong. Like, they know that they must know internally that this is wrong. And that's why you can't criticize it in any way. Otherwise, you'd be like, okay, criticize it as much as you like.
Well, that's it, because if something is true, if something is true, it will stand up to all rigor. The fact that they're refusing any investigation into this tells you immediately there's bullshit. Ooh, Bleach Demon says he's off to lay pipe all day. That lucky bastard.
Isn't that a euphemism or something?
Yes.
No, he's actually laying actual pipes and not taking a shit.
But that
from what I've heard.
It's not a euphemism for taking a shit. It's a euphemism for having a really good time.
Well, not from where I'm from.
Well, drink water and stay hydrated. Electrolytes are good. Yeah, have fun, Bleach.
Crow's PC died again. Whoops. So the article then basically goes on to finish up saying, I'm a really good lefty. I promise, please don't burn me at the stake, and if my daughter does decide that she's a boy, then I'll just allow her to cut her tits off. So
yeah, she just needs a little bit more grooming. We can push her in that direction. You shut the fuck up.
Yep.
And you should be shouting from the rooftops like, my daughter is a girl, leave her alone.
Yep.
Whether she's in a fucking dress or not.
Her opinion doesn't really matter, even though we like to pretend so.
Okay, so how about we look at another another link to this. Let me drag over a research paper. Now then, what do you think is quite common in a lot of tomboys? Especially tomboys that go on to be indoctrinated. Well,
Autism.
Yeah, bingo, 100%.
I've actually seen these studies before.
Yes. Not terribly surprising, is it? I don't feel like a gender, I feel like myself. Autistic individuals raised as girls exploring gender identity. So, sadly, this isn't a great article, but... dear.
It seems to be a common theme. I've seen an awful lot of like detransitioners or people who have kind of stopped partially through transition because they've got an autism diagnosis.
Yep.
And so they were groomed by these activists, like convinced that all their problems, all their social problems, was because they were boys in girls' bodies, and so that it would all be fixed if they just were to transition. And then when that doesn't help and they're still miserable, and now they're mutilated as well, they then get the autism diagnosis that explains everything. And instead of being sent to a therapist first, and maybe not a therapist with an agenda, but an actual therapist, they probably would have had that caught before they'd be mutilated.
Would be nice.
Yep, so this really, really bad research does still give us some insight. Because they're like, methods. We report on an online focus group in which 21 individuals who had been raised as girls discussed their gender identities. 21. Well done. No, that's not fucking scientifically rigorous, you idiots. Anyway, moving on from how shit they are. Results. Participants report not identifying with typical presentations of the female gender for a variety of reasons, linked both to autism and to socio-cultural expectations. Participants describe childhoods of being a tomboy or wanting to be a boy, having difficulties conforming to gender-based social expectations and powerful identifications with their personal interests. Oh. Well, oops. But that's fine. It's total. We haven't done any irreversible harm. What do you mean they've cut their tits off?
It is totally reversible, guys. We could just glue it back on.
Yep, hence why A, we shouldn't be going after children, and B, we should be sending them to legit therapists or else who might catch autism.
Indeed. Ooh, how about...
It's like, no, you're not a boy, you're just autistic. It's fine.
Yeah.
You can keep your boobs.
Yeah, but Disco, you're making sense, and that's evil.
Yes. Or how about when they go, oh, I'm not really interested in boys. You must be trans, cut your tits off. Well, no, actually. What if, because they're autistic, they're asexual? Which I have a problem with as a term, but that's not really relevant to this discussion. Existing research suggests that people with autistic spectrum disorder are more likely than those without to self-identify as asexual or as being on the asexual spectrum. Oh, really? Because they have issues identifying with other people and social function, they're not as interested in fucking.
Well, they must be trans then.
Yeah, must be trans, cut their tits off.
It's also fucking weird to me. What's up, everyone? It's also fucking weird to me, this whole, like, asexual pride thing. Like, what the like, when, I'm in
I
what
don't think that's what they're talking about here.
Sure, but it's like trying to make an identity out of it, and it's like,
well, that's it.
I think in this case, asexual is just less interested in sex.
Yeah, in this case it is, but second does have a valid point. Because, well, what matters today? Well, is where you fit in on the oppression hierarchy. And an asexual man or woman, well, they're basically straight, so they get no privilege. So we have to pretend that asexuality is now a fucking sexual attraction thing, just like gay and lesbian, so they can fit into the umbrella rainbow category, and now they're an oppressed class and they're totally special, honest.
It almost reminds me of like the kind of atheism versus atheism plus thing. And it's like, generally atheism is just, I'm not really buying anything that's being sold. Whereas the atheism plus is like, they've almost made their own religion out of atheism.
Well, that's it. You've got atheism, which is just the word, lowercase a, which is not believing in any gods. Then you have atheism, capital A atheism. Then you have atheism plus feminism and wokery.
Well, I mean, that's just the weirdest thing to me, where it's like, yeah, okay, like, not being sexually attracted to people, like, isn't fucking normal, but to treat that as, like, some kind of weird, like, oppressed class kind of thing, it's like, if anything, if you weren't sexually attracted to anyone, in the olden days, you'd have like the easiest time with the church, you know? Like, when has celibacy ever been looked down upon by traditionalists? Like,
Exactly.
Church would be like, want a job?
Nunnery.
We got
Yeah.
a job for you.
I mean, I don't want to be, I don't want to be too rude either, but every asexual person I've ever met in reality has been peg ugly.
Yeah.
There might be other explanations for why you're not getting any than being asexual.
or let's just say, from what I've seen, it's not so much pig ugly, but it's like
Mediocre at best.
not even that. Like, not particularly virile, you know, not particularly let's just say gendered, you know.
Well, this abstract kind of touches on that. In the present sample, asexual participants reported less sexual desire and fewer sexual behaviors than those with other sexual orientations. You said less, not none, you fucking idiots. Which tells us that asexual is bullshit.
We did say on the asexual spectrum.
Yeah, which is just
in
some
their
stupid.
names.
It's just so stupid.
So what they're trying to say is a reduced interest in sex.
Yeah, but it
That's
says
what they're
they
trying to
have
say.
less desire and fewer sexual behaviors, but greater sexual satisfaction. Oh, so you only have sex with people that are really desirable to you. Well done, you've invented not being a slag.
Yeah, well, that's like the same thing with the fucking like cringy demisexual shit, where it's like, well, I only hook up and feel connected to people I have a strong emotional connection with. It's like, congratulations, you just described being a normal human being.
Yep.
Hark, how dare you use the word normal? It is heresy in this
Yep.
part.
And then they said that being on the asexual spectrum also was associated with lower generalized anxiety symptoms. Yeah, I can tell you exactly why that is, because most depression is linked to the inability the lack of an intimate partner. Well, if you don't want an intimate partner, well, you're going to have less anxiety about not having an intimate partner, you fucking idiots.
Is this with people who like report lower sexual attraction, or is this with people who are like self-identify as asexual?
Yeah, it's people who self-identify, which is kind of
Okay,
actually also the point.
I'm calling bullshit on that. Like, if they're the kind of person who would self-identify with that, I would expect them to have higher mental health issues than the average populace.
Well, yes, they do, but this is anxiety specifically. Anxiety specifically, because like we're looking at people with autism in this specific case, and yeah, autism is a fucking problem, and it generally tends to be comorbid with all the fun mental illnesses, which is also another excellent point. But the reason I brought this article up specifically was to tie it into the previous one, which is to tie the whole thing into this bit of research. Largest study to date confirms overlap between autism and gender diversity. No, correlation is not equal to causation, you fucking idiots.
Wait, gender diversity?
Yeah, it's just some bullshit. People who do not identify with the sex they were assigned at birth are 3 to 6 times as likely to be autistic as the evil cisgenders, according to the largest study yet to examine the connection. Yeah, well done.
Or maybe it's easier to convince them that they're fucking trans as kids because they're not fitting in with their peers.
Yes, exactly. So they're not fitting in with their peers, they're more likely to have high rates of comorbidities, they're likely to be asexual, which for our purposes we'll say have less interest in sex and relationships. Oh, and what else did we say? Oh yeah, they're nearly all... they're also tomboys. Like, fuck's sake. So we've established that autistic women in particular do not conform with traditional gender roles, have a lower sex drive, and and have higher rates of comorbid mental illnesses. And then all of a sudden, most trans people are more likely to have this specific problem?
No, what's happened
Weird.
is you fucking groomed them into mutilating themselves because they're an easy target.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't hear the
But they're
hymn
the
for...
good guys, remember?
Wait, you didn't hear the hymn for this month in the woke liturgical calendar? They have their own special hymn. We're coming for your children.
Well, it's an improvement to coming on our
And if they
children.
come for their children, I'll smack him with a hammer. Bring it on, bitch.
Yeah, and let's
Wait, you'll smack them with Mew.
What?
I think you just called Mjolnir and Meow Meow.
I'm gonna smash you with a fucking hammer. If you do that again, you little shit.
Oh dear. Let's have a look at some chat's comments because I've been on a roll and missed a few. Student History says to base state, the ends justify the means. If the end goal is utopia, then what's a few billion broken, ruined, or dead people on the road to progress?
Right. Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Callum Dayton asks, all this grooming raises the most basic and fundamental question for new young kids. Why do we send them to school? Because feminism ruined the one income family model. Now you have to send the kid to school so you can afford.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people saying, oh, just homeschool. Like, most families can't afford to do that.
Yeah.
It's the reality that they've made it now that if you've got a family, that both parents need to work unless you got incredibly lucky with one's income.
Yes. Like, you have to have...
That is just the reality.
You have to have an above median income to even consider homeschooling kids. Because you need two people on a median income to afford weird luxurious things like a home without strangers. You also... And then there's other crazy things like food, water, electricity, and we'll get on to what's fucking happened to energy prices. What else? Student History says, it's not because you're a girl with a brain that works differently compared to the average girl's brain. You're clearly just a boy.
Yep, lop the tits off.
Yep. Lop the tits off.
No boobs for you.
And as we... And I don't quite have specific articles backing you up, but yeah, that's basically girls with autism, because they didn't even think that girls could have autism till like 15 years ago.
Yeah, because there's a spate of like older women now being diagnosed with it, isn't there? Where they're just like, wait, huh?
It's because the symptomatic expression of the condition is extremely different. Like with boys, it's really easy to tell. It's the one that sits in the corner playing with trains and can tell you everything a train's made out of.
Think Basic in our Factorio.
Yes.
Or he just runs around with like a bunch of like tracks in his hand, shouting about trains.
Yes.
He's a train boy. Basic like trains.
Yes, I do
I
like
love
trains.
that meme.
I'm also autistic, funny
that. Pure joy when we unlock the trains in that game. Just pure joy coming from Basic.
Yes. Maybe one year we'll unlock trains in Bobs and Angels.
It'll be so much more complicated.
Yes.
There'll be like 10 different types of tracks for Basic to play with. We'll never see him again.
Back on topic. Well, that was funny. But back on...
Student History says, nobody. Basic Twains!
Yeah. Somebody's been watching. Yeah. The point I was making... yeah, how women with autism express, especially young girls, they're better at masking the social skill deficit, and they tend not to have as strong special interests, or their special interests are generally more socially acceptable. Like, you might find one to have an absurd obsession with makeup, which turns out unlike a boy who's obsessed with trains and sits in the back of the classroom talking about trains all day, girls are perfectly happy to sit there with that one slightly weird girl, but she likes makeup and she has a lot of it.
Yeah, it's as if they get something out of it.
Or they'll end up hanging out more with the boys because they'll have an interest in something that's more masculine.
They might be. The girl might be interested in trains, so they hang out with the boys because most girls aren't interested in trains. Or they might be interested in insects, and who are the ones that tend to run around crawling in mud playing with insects? Well, it's usually boys.
Well, yes, the clinical literature on this is quite clear. Men are typically more interested in things and ideas, and women are more interested in people. So if you have a social disorder that keeps women from comfortably interacting with one another and makes them focus on weird shit, they're going to think that they are boys if they are conditioned to think so. So what do you do about that? Do you lock their breasts off? No, of course not. Think again, sunshine.
Yeah, basically that. See, good idea said in a good voice.
I mean, we all know who he truly is, so it doesn't really surprise me.
He's the mastermind behind the man who pretends to be Jordan Peterson.
Yeah. He is Jordan Peterson.
Yes. Let's see, what else have we got? Ardent Party said, I spent the afternoon yesterday lifting heavy things. Today I feel sore but very manly. Could this be a form of gender-affirming therapy? Unironically, yes.
Strange.
Callum Dayton says that lowercase atheism reminds me of black people and black people. And Ardent Party says that Discord is dead on with the definition of atheist / lowercase atheist dichotomy.
Oh,
right,
hello,
there's people who just don't believe in God, right? And then there's people who, I don't know if they were touched by a priest or if they hate their parents for making them go to church on Sunday, but they clearly have some unresolved issues they need to go through with their therapist instead of screeching at all religious people for it.
Yes, but what even worse than them is the modern progressive who despises religion and has replaced it with mutilating girls.
You're getting chunky.
Let's see. Senior History says, well, both parents in the house with ordinary work schedules, but that's been discouraged by government policies because family unit is evil or whatever.
I'm not even sure that really helps in some cases. Like, depending on the income, a lot need to both work full time.
I think I think he might be suggesting that one works night shift, but that's got its own problems because guess what? Parent that works night shift goes to all the school events. A parent who works day shift is fucked. Or vice versa, because one's not fucking waking up at that hour in the morning for your stupid reproduction of Hamlet.
And then there's the question of, like, when are you going to be homeschooling the kids? Is it the one that works night shift? Well, the one that works night shift is going to be sleeping during the day so they can get up and go to work at night.
Yep. So ideally, to homeschool, you need someone who's not working, just straight up not working.
Yeah.
And in order for that to be possible, you need someone who earns double the median income.
Because the cost of living just keeps skyrocketing.
Yep. And that's before, like, the last 2 years.
It's become...
Oh, boy.
It's become to a point where even if, let's say a woman wanted to stay home with kids, she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. Like, in most cases, she just can't. And so you end up seeing women having to cut their maternity leave short to go back to work to help support the family, and sneaking off to bathrooms to cry because they've been separated from their newborns. Like,
yep.
that's where we've ended up. And you can say, oh well, women should just choose to be stay-at-home mothers. In a lot of cases, they simply can't.
Yep. And I think especially on the right, most women, well, I won't say most, but a significant proportion of women would be perfectly happy to, especially ones who've worked in the corporate environment, would be perfectly happy to go, you know what, fuck this shit, I'm staying at home with the kids. At least I'm related to those assholes. But on the flip side, they're like, oh, men don't want to stay at home with the kids. Like, have you actually spoken to a man? Like, a lot of men would be quite happy to never go back to work. Workplaces suck.
They do.
If you wouldn't be willing to give up your work to stay home with the kids, you've either never had a real job, or you've got a really, really fulfilling job.
Or you've got really bratty kids.
I also think for guys, though, there's like another layer on that, where it's like, do I enjoy working more than spending time with my kids, right? That's one question, but then the other question is like, it's not just about the work, but I imagine it's also about the self-respect and fulfillment of feeling needed, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. That's a very significant driver for men. And one of the things that leads into that pops up when you look at who's going to be the stay-at-home parent, which one gets more fulfillment out of spending time with the kids? Well, congratulations. All of the last 200,000 years of human history says that the woman gets more fulfillment than the man. So, well done. You've now selected who's going to be the one who goes out and does the shit part.
Well, and who gets more sexually aroused by the other person bringing in money.
Yes, that too. But there's also the part where, again, we can thank capitalism and feminism for this one. Baby formula. Guess what? Before that existed, there wasn't a fucking argument about who was staying home with baby. And no, you leftists, you can't do that. Wet nurses. Yes. Oh yeah. Another thing that was almost exclusive to the upper class.
Oh my god, Cat! I swear. It keeps appearing on my knee. Go away.
Student history says, an absurd obsession with makeup. You'll need to be more specific. And then he says, makeup or twains, gang in the corner with Basic and Disco LeMayo.
Yeah, I'm not good with makeup. Like, it's fascinating watching some of these fucking YouTube things where, like, they'll start, and then by the time they're finished, you're like, you're not the same person. That's amazing. But no, I could never manage makeup.
Yeah.
Cat, what are you doing?
Makeup?
Sisters! This again feeds into my ongoing theory that Disco's a Femsberg.
Femsberg. I like that term.
I mean, you wouldn't be too far off.
Let's see. Ardent Party says, Ari, my manly, heavy lifting, gender affirming idea. What would be the feminine version? Babysitting? Well, probably. That would be one of the options.
Other people's brats. No. No, thank you. It's bad enough when someone has a baby and they bring the baby around and they're like, everybody want to hold the baby. And you're like, congratulations on spawning, but you hold your own baby.
Yeah, you can see that quite often in The Office. As soon as the baby appears, all the men, as soon as the baby appears, the men have just evaporated, and there's one woman standing in the corner looking really uncomfortable. That's Disco.
I remember my cousin had a baby, and we all kind of went for a dinner and whatnot. And my mom, she bless her, she keeps thinking if she hands me enough babies that my ovaries will just like spring into fucking life. And so she hands me the new baby. He's like 2 weeks old, and she's like, smell him, smell it. And I'm like,
Your mom is kind of crazy. Did we ever say that?
my God, get smell him. And I'm like, I'm holding him, and I'm like, don't you fucking dare start squeaking. Like, anybody else want this? Seem to have wound up with it.
Yep, and if a man can't escape from the room, you'll see that all of a sudden his hands are behind his back. Don't point that thing at me, because I'm not catching it. If you let go, it's going to the floor.
Well, here's the ethical dilemma, Discordia. So your mom hands you the baby and is like, smell it, and then you're like, fuck, I need to, get this thing away from me. And then let's say a certain former vice president shows up, like, well, I'll smell the baby. You wanna get the baby out of your arms, but you understand that there's a terrible thing on the horizon. What do you do in that instance?
But that's not really an ethical dilemma. It's like, do I keep hold of the small smelly human or hand it to the large smelly human that's also shit itself?
See, the problem is, like, I'll need to give the baby to someone so I can fetch the wood chipper.
Baby's first wood
So
chipper?
it still works out. I still get to hand the baby to someone else under the pretense of I need to fetch the chipper.
Yeah, but the scars you give that poor kid by handing it to a certain snippy old man.
There's got to be other people.
Going in the chipper.
No, that would be the only. That was the only other option, mind you.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, let's see. The gender and
Student
autism.
history, yeah. Please don't give me the small child. It terrifies me because I'm nervous this will be the moment I become an absolute klutz.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we fucking go.
Ardent Pie's like, lol, oddly, I love holding babies until they smell fine. That's the best thing about other people's babies, I'm told. You can just go, yeah, yours now. Back to mummy.
It's all among my older nieces and nephews because I can give them sweeties or again play games with them and then hand them back like 12 hours later and be like, here you go. By the way, they're full of sugar now.
Yes.
Have fun with that.
It's like those signs you sometimes see in stores. Unattended children will be given coffee and sugar.
Yeah. Just like Ardent Party says, the best thing about other people's kids is that you can wind them up completely and just drop them off.
Sugar, savagery, and then go, yoink, yours now.
I always like to buy them like the noisiest toys as well. Like at Christmas, you want one of those little drum kits? There you go.
I mean, this is why you never become a parent. This is why you never become a parent, Disco, because you know that everyone around you are going to want revenge.
You can just see, when they come to pick them up, them like looking at the toy like, where do the batteries go?
I seriously don't know how my cousin and her husband handle having 8 kids.
Oh, God. You should never have more children than hands.
No. We must outbreed the leftists because they keep stealing children.
More children than that. Well, if you're in a family with mom and dad, then that's technically 4 hands. But you should never have more children than you can hold on to physically.
Well, the weird thing is they're all
Disco's underestimating the male ability to carry things. A kid in each hand, one under each arm, and then one wrapped round the shoulders. That's at least 5 kids.
I kind of want to see Bezic do this now.
Oh, I'd absolutely drop the kid, but that's okay. It's not mine.
All right, lads, we're doing a child carrying contest. Who can carry the most?
And remember, once you allow tools, you can carry a lot of kids. You can do what the Uvalde police did and just make a bulletproof vest for our children.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Moving back to something on topic rather than just memeing. Gender and autism. So again, this is some just bullshit study because it wasn't done by someone who's actually interested in solving problems, but in continuing them on. Gender and autism. The 5 data sets together include 641,000 people, mostly adults. 30,000 have autism and 3,777 identify as gender diverse. The majority of the data came from an online survey conducted as part of the 2017 British television documentary about autism. God. That sounds awful. So we have the data sets we can look through. So out of the autism diagnoses by gender identity, 7% of cisgender men, 4% of cisgender females, and 24% of gender diverse loonies. And in another data set, 2%, 1%, and 8%. So basically, in all the data sets, a larger percentage, in this one in particular, which leads 58% of the gender diverse participants had autism. Methinks there's a problem here, and it's not caused by the autism.
A connection, you say?
It's almost as if these people are easy to manipulate into this brand new identity, especially if they're lonely, and all of a sudden, here's this lovely, wonderful, loving community, honest. They're totally not grooming them.
Really?
No.
I'm surprised.
What else have we got? Oh, the 5th data set came from a population study that collected information through primary care providers. Let's have a look at that one. So, 2% of cisgender men, 1% of cisgender women, and 6% of gender diverse loonies.
That's what I hear.
Yeah, so about 5% of the normal people have autism, whereas 24% of the gender nuts do. Methinks there's some correlation there, and it's not the one they think it is.
I wonder how much autism has to do with like parents having kids at an older age.
Well, that certainly certainly doesn't help.
How old were your parents?
Actually, interestingly enough, my mother was older.
Yeah, same.
There is a significant correlation between the age of the mother and whether the kid has autism. Why? We don't know, but there's definitely a correlation. Which is yet another reason that women should have kids in their 20s.
Apparently that's also true for like gayism.
Or maybe it's because autistic women take longer to get around to having kids and pass it on to their kids.
Well, that might be a valid theory, except for the fact that like
I'm being called
the massive spike, the massive spike in the amount of autism.
Hello. Hey?
Well, a large part of the spike is that they're now actually diagnosing women.
Or diagnoses.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Trim, you dick. Shut up.
Yeah. Is it a spike in actual autism, or is it a spike in actually diagnosing? Because, I mean, as Bessic said, they didn't even start diagnosing women until like 15 years ago.
Yeah.
My guess is that it's probably both, honestly, sort of like with the mental health crisis in general, where it's like, ooh, depression and anxiety are rising. It's like, okay, part of that is like stigma against mental illness kind of like going away and people getting better at diagnosing it. But it's something like mental illness, if fucking past generations were as fucking neurotic as the current generation, humanity would have never made it through a time in which it's like, oh, you're having a kid, 40% chance they're gonna die before they're 10, you know?
Fair enough, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure that that really applies to autism because, I mean, you're not kind of born depressed. You either have autism or you don't, surely.
Yeah. Well, actually, interestingly, I reckon we'll be able to do a large-scale case study on that in 5 years to see if you can actually create autism.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
Because I would
Well,
be
I mean, of course
surprised.
you can with a certain
something
Pfizer
like it.
vaccine.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the stupid vaccines cause autism crap. I am talking specifically about the fact that they have decided that they're going to take a generation of children and remove all social interaction and then go, good luck.
Right, I do. It is definitely being diagnosed more and more accurately, but just from what I have seen, it seems like there's a large consensus that there is actually something in the actual rate that's going up.
Yeah, it's probably a combination of many things.
Oh, I wonder how much it's gonna. Wait, is it something you're born with, or is it something genetic / early life experience?
Autism seems to be something you're born with, and there seems to be some genetic component. Though, because it's such a broad spectrum of shit that basically all sums down to you're fucking useless at socializing, it's really hard to find the link, but there's definitely a gender correlation. Because the likelihood of having a kid having autism increases if one of their parents does. And there does seem to be a bunch of other things that can cause it as well.
All right, but I'm wondering if there's like a very early life influence on that as well. Like, say, if you have everyone cover their faces for 2 years right after your child is born.
Yeah, well, we're going to see about that. Though, interestingly...
We might see something like autism.
We'll see something very much like it. But you can actually identify autism in children as at about 6 months. From about 6 months onwards, you can start diagnosing it. Asterix in boys. Because, again, girls are weird.
Girls as well, if you knew
True,
what
to
the
an
fuck
extent.
you were looking for.
But in order to do that, we need a larger population of women with autism, and then we need their parents to still be alive by the time we identify that, and go, well, what the fuck were they like in childhood?
And then, you need to not assume that they're boys and lop their tits off and give them a whole new set of problems.
Yeah. Yeah, craziness. So, speaking of that, this study, which was done by absolute fucking bastards, said that nearly 70% of autistic or gender-diverse adolescents say they need medical gender-related care, according to a small 2018 study, and 32% say their gender identity has been questioned because of their autism diagnosis. Oh, so only 32% of them had a competent medical professional anywhere near them. What else? Because they say it's really distressing to read sometimes where you have people who have a very strong gender dysphoria and want to transition, and the therapist says, well, we need to first cure your autism before we transition, which is wrong on all levels. Yes, because it's removing your victims. We want this study to really demonstrate that both of these things can co-occur, and just because these things co-occur does not mean that one should be a not. Well, they don't co-occur.
Well, you're denying the autism, surely, by transitioning them.
Yeah. But it's telling that even in the therapist's area, they're like, maybe your gender dysphoria is related to your autism. And also note that they say very strong gender dysphoria and want to transition. Just because they've got gender dysphoria does not mean you need to cut their tits off.
Yep.
But no.
In fact, it should be less of a reason to cut their tits off, because you now have another explanation for why they might feel like that.
Well, that's exactly
And
what
you
this
know
person is
that
complaining about.
transitioning them, you know that transitioning them won't make their autism go away, and so it's very unlikely to solve the majority of the problems that they have.
Well, that's why
Which
this
is what we're finding now with the detransitioning trend.
Yep. But that's what this psychopath is arguing against. They're sitting here going, oh, it's very distressing that people are questioning whether their gender dysphoria is caused by their autism. Yeah, I bet it is when you make money off transitioning kids. Absolute fucking perverts. Because like they said, it's really, really distressing to read sometimes. So you have people who have very strong gender dysphoria and want to transition, and the therapist says, well, we need to first cure your autism before we transition, which is wrong on all levels. We want this study to really demonstrate that both of these things can co-occur. So, interestingly, the article is being far more honest than the person that was just quoted. Researchers have often missed autism in cisgender girls. Well, we knew that. And they're like, oh, the same may be true for gender diverse people. Yeah, well, considering they're nearly all women that you've missed the autism in, you fucking idiots.
No. Couldn't be that.
Senior history's like, we find it distressing we can't dismember children before finding the underlying issues. Yeah, like in this one, it took 10 years, 14 psychiatrists, 17 medications, and 9 diagnoses before someone realized that what Maya has is autism. And
I mean, it is somewhat to blame that, we're not looking for autism as a kind of first thing in women. Like, I think even now that
well, that's
it's one of the last things they consider.
It's really low.
We certainly shouldn't. We certainly shouldn't be looking at it before we're looking at surgery to remove parts of them.
Yeah.
Like, what would it cost you to test someone for autism? Just, a bit of a questionnaire. How likely are they to be a bit autistic here? Oh, okay, that might explain some of the things they're feeling. Let's explore that.
Yeah.
Let's go straight to the surgery. Like, it's
and part of that is related to the fact that not many women are diagnosed with autism, because we only started diagnosing it a decade ago, and so it's not being looked for, so they're not finding it, and then it just spirals on. And interestingly, this article touches much on this. So this woman does have some of the conditions she's been diagnosed with over the years. She's been depressed since the age of 11, has crippling social anxiety, and in her teens wrestled with anorexia. Oh, look at that! And all of those tie in with autism. It's what if she was younger at the time of this research, they'd have transed her. Autistic girl, depression, social anxiety, anorexia in her teens, and oh, well done, you fucking idiots! You've created the perfect victim. Ah, dear. And it's all secondary to the Asperger's, she said. I get depressed and anxious because life is difficult. It's not the other way around. And then they say it's not uncommon for young women like her to be repeatedly misdiagnosed because it's at least 3 times as common in boys as in girls. Routinely
3 times diagnosed in boys and girls.
Yeah, because it has...
You don't diagnose it, it's going to appear more common, surely.
Yep. The result is we know shockingly little about whether and how autism might be different in girls than boys. Well, we know it's different. But what we do know is grim. On average, girls who have mild symptoms are diagnosed 2 years later than boys. There's some debate about why this might be so.
Isn't it decades in most cases?
In most cases it's decades, but I think they're talking about children in the 2010s
No,
onwards.
I guess.
And then it says from the start, girls with restricted interests seem more socially acceptable, dolls or books, perhaps rather than train schedules, and may go unnoticed. But the fact that diagnostic tests are based on observations of boys with autism almost certainly contributes to errors and delays. Oh, here we go. It gets even more onto it. As they enter their teens, girls struggle to keep up with the elaborate rules of social relationships, cribbing style notes on what to say and how to say it. Many try to blend in, but at great cost to their inner selves. Starting in adolescence, they have high rates of depression and anxiety, 34 and 36% respectively. A few studies have also found an intriguing overlap between autism and eating disorders such as anorexia. No, really?
So we acknowledge that, but we don't acknowledge that, you know, they might struggle to, like, accept their weight, but their gender? No, that must be that they need to be transitioned.
Yeah. So this article, while not mentioning a single thing about the transing issue, is building more and more information as we go. Even after a girl gets the right diagnosis, she may be offered behavioural therapy and specialised lesson plans, but they're essentially the same services offered to a boy in the same situation. Scientists and service providers rarely acknowledge the additional challenges being female may bring, whether physical, psychological or societal. There are no guidebooks for these girls or their families about how to deal with puberty and menstruation, how to navigate the dizzying array of rules in female friendships, how to talk about romance and sexuality, or even just stay safe from sexual predators. Oh, there we go, the entire fucking chorus. Jesus Christ. What did that cat do? The cat has clearly destroyed everything.
Yeah, that cat is more destructive than that woman in the "This Is Your Brain on Drugs" sequel PSA. You know, the one who smashes the egg and then grabs the frying pan and just starts fucking smashing everything in her kitchen.
He decided he was going to knock the cat bed off the radio.
Silly cat.
Well, now he's shown.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. So this article's from 2015, and they say, even there, it's like... fuck, where did the article go? The past year, the journal Molecular Autism dedicated 2 special issues to research specifically exploring the influence of sex and gender on autism. No, really?
Now do the influence of people actively trying to groom people with autism and see if they're more susceptible to.
Well, it turns out they are. In fact, that's probably why we're seeing low rates in autism diagnosis in women. You're not autistic, you're trans. Hold still while we cut your tits off.
Which is just heartbreaking, really. Like, you've got somebody who's already struggling more than the average person in school, like, which is hard enough as it is. And then you've got people going, do you know what, let's start doing these fucking life-altering hormones, life-altering surgeries, let's sterilize you, let's fucking mutilate you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's horrendous.
It is. It's utterly appalling. So, basically, step away from the tomboys, you bastards.
Step away from the autists.
Yeah. And it's not surprising that it's affecting women more. What boy gives a shit about what they're whining about? No, shut up, I want to talk about trans. Student history says, now come on, Disco, you got to be able to turn small children into eunuchs before treating mental illness, otherwise we'd be on the wrong side of history. Yeah. Prime Knight asks, has a cat-shaped newt gone off in Scotland?
It's not in Scotland, but yes.
Okay, gang. On the the wrong side of history. Okay, folks. You see, gang, the right side of history is the most obnoxious moral proselytization ever used. Okay, gang. When Barack Obama in 2015 about the gay marriage debate said the right side of history, it was really cringe. Okay, folks. Like, history has a moral opinion. It's absolutely asinine.
Indeed. Right. So what else?
Oh, Disco, I think Valka posted a I don't know, some very photorealistic footage of your cat in live shows.
Yes, we have a security recording of what just happened.
Just a tornado. Let's see. I did there. Let me see if I can find the GIF. It sums it up perfectly. Yes, this one. Copy. There we go. I think this one sums it up perfectly. That's just him.
Sticky can.
It's in live shows for anybody in the chat. Because Berserk wandered off and can't put it on the goddamn screen.
What are you on about? It's on the screen.
Yeah. Well, also for anyone who noticed, yes, I have been addicted to Stone Toss for the past couple months.
Yes. Oh dear. So, what else has? So speaking of, I think some of us might have seen this one before. BBC censors rape victims' testimony to avoid misgendering accused rapist.
Yes. It's really bad, actually. Like.
Yep. Believe all women, except if they say that a man in a dress did it.
She obviously meant a woman with a penis.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, she didn't.
So in a
this just reminds me of that the woman who was raped in a hospital, and they were like, no, there was no men on the ward at that time, so she couldn't have been raped. And it's just like, it took, I think, months and months for them to finally acknowledge that yes, actually, there was somebody on the ward at the time that could have raped her. But
was a penis individual?
There was a penis on the loose, but we're like, no, it was all women in the ward at the time. Couldn't possibly have been raped. Yeah. It's like, no, one of them had a penis, and one of them went raping. What?
That's like what student history said. Tornadoes entire room. Do I have your attention yet, Mum?
What are you wanting?
Kitty thinks that penises shouldn't be allowed loose unattended.
Kitty's like, only mine.
Yeah, but he can't do much if he's been properly treated.
No, he can't. That probably wouldn't stop him trying, though.
I mean, hasn't stopped the trannies. So the BBC has prioritised an accused rapist's pronoun preference over a victim's testimony and the truth. A woman who was allegedly attacked and raped by a man who identifies as a transgender referred to the individual as him, undoubtedly because that individual allegedly raped her with a body part that only belongs to males. Moreover, the account of rape was anonymous, so the BBC prioritised the assumed preferred pronouns on anonymous accused rapist over the words of an anonymous woman speaking out about being raped after being coerced by a biological male to believe that male was a lesbian.
That's amazing. It's not even a named individual. It's a anonymous person, and the BBC's like, must have been a woman.
Well, the best part of that is, what were they afraid of? That the person would sue them? Yeah, go on, you fucking rapist. Make yourself known. Dear BBC, I am offended that you didn't use my pronouns when you described how I raped a woman. Like, fuck off. BBC, they weren't going to do that.
With my feminine penis, I'll have you know.
Oh, dear.
What are you doing, George? You're very in the way.
You aren't allowed to play games and talk to people on the internet. You must pay attention to Kitty.
I'm trying to build my tunnel in eco. But he's like, no, you will pet me. You will pet.
Mm-hmm. So the quote that was changed was from an anonymous lesbian who wrote, "I was too young to argue and had been brainwashed by queer theory, so he was a woman even if every fibre of my being was screaming throughout. So I agreed to go home with him. He used physical force when I changed my mind upon seeing his penis and raped me." But no means no! Teach trannies not to rape.
It's unreal.
Yeah, like, unironically, teach trannies not to rape.
Yeah, but if you're a lesbian and you don't want to suck the feminine penis, then you're clearly a bigot.
Yep, that's transphobic, and you should be in prison.
Unironically, yeah, that's what they think. You should be in prison for transphobia.
Well, like, if I was a woman, I think
Amazing.
I think I'd rather be in fucking some third world Islamic shithole than in one of these pro-trans places. They seem to have the same opinion on rape victims. Meanwhile, in San Francisco, the mayor has announced a 5-year plan to end homelessness. If you're transgender. So San Francisco Democratic Mayor, dumb bitch, announced a plan Tuesday to end transgender homelessness in the city by 2027. Question: how many fucking transgender people do you have that it would take you 5 fucking years to end homelessness for them? There's like, what, 10 of them?
No, see, they're going off of the basis of assuming that the trend keeps on increasing.
I always see.
Plus, it's fucking San Francisco.
San Francisco's such a shithole.
See, this is their social engineering. Like, now all the homeless people are gonna, like, transition, you know?
Yep,
It's
and
part
then
of
when
their
they can turn around and say, oh, 40% of homeless people are transgender, therefore we've got to bring in more stupidity. Oh, have we lost sound? Has anyone other than Arden... Oh, no, Arden's just buffering. Oh, good. Callum Dayton would like to know which you should go for, a packet of pork scratchings or a tube of Pringles. Pork scratching sounds good to me. But then again, I'm also hungry.
It does. Why not both?
Billy asks, how does a homeless trans person get the hormones they need? Well, presumably in San Francisco, they can just walk up to a clinic and get them for free easier than they can get fucking food. Free sandwich with every penis removal? The plan so, yeah, $6.5 million in the proposed budget to combat homelessness, but only for transgender people. Today, they announced a 5-year plan to end transgender homelessness in San Francisco, which includes investing in programs that support and create real long-term change in the lives of transgender people. The plan focuses on getting the transgender homeless population housed quickly, making any instance of homelessness brief and rare according to the mayor's office. A 2021 survey estimated there are roughly 320 transgender homeless people in San Francisco, compared to 2,800 homeless women and 8,000 scum. Sorry. Hold on, what? This is the Daily Wire, even they've pulled the same bullshit. 320 transgender homeless people, compared to 2,800 homeless women, and nearly 8,000 total homeless people. Right. So what they're saying is the 5,000 homeless men can go hang.
Pretty much. This is like when they were like, was it like 1 in 4 homeless people are women, and then like that was.
And the other
problem,
3/4
like,
can fuck off and die.
what, are you trying to pump the numbers or something? Like, what's your point here? Like, surely if we work to end homelessness, then by default we'll help the homeless women too.
Indeed. Student History, giving the Daily Wire too much credit, says that they were probably just going lady. Nope, they weren't. That's not quite a section. So Twitter users were quick to criticise the plan for prioritising certain homeless people based on gender identity. What happens if someone is homeless and not transgender? Self-described moderate liberal Michelle Tandler asked. Well, we've established that they can go fuck themselves. So what they say, 6.5 million to end the transgender homeless population. Yeah, that's probably makes more sense to end it. So, and then there's 320 of them. So what's that? 6,500,000 divided by 320. So 20 grand. So that's 20 grand per homeless tranny. That's not. How's that meant to solve the fucking problem?
Why you squeak?
Let's see. Yeah, Arnott Pay says, yes, men are disposable. Billy Blogs asks, why discriminate against different genders of homeless? It seems very unfair and pandering. That's exactly why they're doing it, and that's the point, because they don't care about solving homelessness, they care about increasing the number of trans people.
What are you doing? Why? You're not a cushion. Why are you behind my back?
Bay State says,
She's stuck between me and the chair.
Oh, no. Bay State says, I now identify as trans. Free house, please.
Alright, get the scissors.
Free penis removal with every house.
Yep, let's get the scissors.
Student History says, moderate liberals are one of two things, as real as unicorns or as relevant as a cup of water in a house fire. Former UFC fighter Jake Shields wondered, so if I'm homeless and say I'm transgender, I get a home, but not otherwise? Makes perfect sense. Another Twitter user said, we speak about how division is bad for this country, and yet here's a man dividing the homeless. Does this make any sense? Are we going to differentiate addicts based on race, religion, eating habits, etc.? Of course they are. Because they're absolute scum.
I mean, what the fuck?
It's an excellent question.
But does it get worse?
It does. Homelessness in San Francisco has slightly dropped in recent years because they've left. But the city still ranks in the top 10 US cities for the highest homeless population. Since 2016, the city has spent billions of dollars addressing homelessness with disastrous results. The Daily Wire previously reported. One homeless man told the San Francisco Chronicle that he moved into one of the city's shelters, with his girlfriend only to find the kitchen sink had human shit in it and the hotel has black mold. So he said, screw that, and we started sleeping on the streets. That's right, even in San Francisco, the streets are still cleaner than the homeless shelters.
Yeah, even homeless people have standards.
Mm-hmm.
Standard.
Unlike leftists. Adam Pay's like, Amber Heard was there? Shitting in the... No, they was shit in the sink, not the bed. Gives a whole new meaning to the term shit the bed.
Amazing.
Daily Mail reports doctors confirm trans swimmer Leah Thomas does have an unfair advantage even after taking testosterone suppressants.
Weird.
Yep. Mayo Clinic Dr. Michael Joyner said testosterone is the 800-pound gorilla which gives biological men an advantage. Physiologist Ross Tucker says Thomas still has an advantage despite taking hormone suppressant therapy. The NCAA allowed Thomas to compete this year as a woman, but it's unclear what they will do when the next season begins. So, blah, 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 blah. The two doctors said even though they took the testosterone suppressants, they still have an unfair advantage over biological female swimmers. We know that. Any idiot knows that. Leah Thomas is the manifestation of the scientific evidence. The reduction in testosterone did not remove her biological advantage, Dr. Ross Tucker, a sports physiologist, added. Their comments confirmed the fears of Leah's competitors, who were literally blown out of the water after she started transitioning from male to female when she was 19. She has since soared to the top of the women's league's tables, whereas she was unheard of as a male athlete. No shit.
That's clearly transphobic.
Fuck the trans. The swimmer's teammates at Princeton have anonymously fought to have her excluded from the category. They are too frightened to speak publicly about the issue for fear of being kicked off the team or lampooned by LGBTQ activism.
Of course they were.
And of course Thomas is like, I'm totally a woman, honest. Oh, fuck off, you stupid fucking idiot man.
It's the fact that, like, this person just doesn't care as well. Like, there's no empathy there of, like, you know, you could almost maybe understand it if she was like, you know, I know that maybe I do have an unfair advantage, but, like, I can't help that, you know, I had gender dysphoria and I totally understand and stuff like that. No, it's this smugness of like, nope, I'm just better than everybody. Like, I'm the victim here. Like, it's horrible.
It is.
There's a whole attitude stuff behind it as well that really leaves a sour taste.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this person doesn't make themselves likable off the back of this. There's, like, doesn't care that has come in full of testosterone and has taken the dreams away from other people. Doesn't care.
Yep. Larger, stronger, better than the real women. So in the Times article, one of the teammates revealed she'd been rejected from a social eating club at Princeton because she'd been branded transphobic for questioning why a man was competing in her sport.
Life ruined.
Yep. Yep, because they don't want to lose to a man in women's swimming. Some say she should be allowed to compete in the category she identifies with, whereas people who aren't retarded, including tennis legend Martina Navratilova, who's gay, say it's unfair. Navratilova was admonished by idiots for tweeting about the situation and suggesting that she should compete with an asterisk next to her name. She told the Times, I played against taller women, I played against stronger women, and I beat them all. But if I faced the male equivalent of Leah in tennis, that's biology. I would have had no shot. I would have been livid. Trans tennis player Renee Richards transitioned from female to male in her 40s. She said in an interview in 2012 that she had changed her position to acknowledge that male biology gives trans female athletes an advantage. Having lived for the past 30 years, I know if I'd had surgery at the age of 22 and then at 24 went on the tour, no genetic woman in the world would have been able to come close to me. And so I've reconsidered my opinion. There's one thing that a transsexual woman, unfortunately, cannot expect to be allowed to do, and that is to play professional sports in her chosen field. She can get married, live as a woman, do all those other things, and no one should ever be allowed to take them away from her. But this limitation, that's just life. I know because I lived it, she told Slate in 2012, years before Leah transitioned. And comments are like, no shit. Some idiot said, so they're basically discriminating against us. Such a shame. 309 downvotes on the fucking Daily Mail.
Basically discriminating. Well, if that's the only thing that you can't do for the joy of living your life as your chosen gender, then you're doing fucking well.
Yeah. Up next, Disco's favourite article of the week. Encourage women to smell their poop to be more inclusive to trans women.
I went over this on my channel, didn't I? I think. It's like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yes. Encourage women... yes, so some women have a hole where their penis used to be. Yeah, no. No women have penises. And that hole often shares microbiome with the colon, creating a distinct transitioning odour.
Lovely. Beautiful.
Chat's like, what?
Everybody,
and what the fuck?
Everybody wants a vagina that smells like poo. Obviously.
Stina History's like, I'm sorry, what was that? I said, encourage women to smell their poop to be more inclusive to men who cut their dicks off. Yeah, so it turns out that if you cut your penis off and then drill a 6-inch hole towards your asshole, they kind of start to share shit. Literally, start to share shit.
Lovely.
Yep, so this stupid idiot says, in solidarity with trans women, this month you can make a difference by putting your olfactory system to use while going number 2.
No.
And they also managed to fuck that up because they said number 2 with the hash. Well done, you fucking idiot. So you can't even write properly.
I gotta bounce. Peace.
Alright, man. See you later.
Right, George, you can't sit there. I literally can't sit back in my chair.
Chat's just losing them fucking minds.
Yeah, I remember reading. I mean, I read the first couple paragraphs of this the other day, and it's just like, what the fuck? So basically, like, in order to empathize with trans women, we have to pretend that our vaginas smell like shit.
Yes.
Gross.
Yeah. Yes, it's not a joke, they say. We are sincerely asking all women to please spend more time smelling their poo during bathroom breaks and to critically examine what many of our gender have to endure as part of the cost of bottom surgery. Many of our gender? No, they're men, you idiot. They're not women. They aren't part of your gender. It's time for all of us... It's time for all of us to do the work to truly empathise with the sights, sounds and smells enjoyed by every member of our large and beautiful gender community.
No.
That's called women, including those with distinct transition. No, fuck off.
No.
Just no. Go away.
No. Just no. Not doing it. Not happening. Stop it.
The social taboo around frank discussion of smells is already quite strong, but doubly so when it comes to the ones that you can get from male to female neo-vaginas, or as we like to call them, secondary poop holes.
Oh.
If you're a regular on advice and trans subreddits like other people with mental disorders, you know you usually don't have to wander too far down the feeds before coming across anonymous posts carefully prodding for advice on neo-vaginal smells. Like this one, and yes, I'm going to read it. One night I was going to go down on him, so he watched his bits before he came in the bedroom, and he laid on my bed. I was about a few inches from his face. I noticed a foul smell that I can best describe as stale urine, cheesy, and a bit like feces. I've heard of post-op male to female smells, but I've read most people saying that they go away quickly after transition. Anyway, I backed away because I was so put off by that smell. She kept asking what's wrong, and I finally broke down and told her that she smells like shit. She was confused and kept smelling herself, saying she didn't smell anything. She said she just washed it too. It had been a fight between me and her. It's been a fight between me and her, and she's self-conscious about it. I asked if it could be an infection or her hygiene habits, lifestyle, or diet, because I know these things can affect the smell of the vagina. Yes, they can, but they don't have one.
That's not a vagina.
No. She told me that that's just the way her vagina and all vaginas smell. No! Even as a man, I can confirm that vaginas do not smell like that.
Well, you're clearly just a bigot.
Really? But this explains why men don't want to go down on women if their vaginas smell like stale urine, cheese, and shit.
But that's transphobic, Bessie.
Yes,
You're
it's
transphobe, are you?
I'm not afraid of trans people. I just hate them. So she told me it didn't smell like what I described it as, and it just smelled like vagina. She tried asking her mother about what it could be.
That's gaslighting. Like that's legit gaslighting.
Yes, that's gaslighting.
Like I know that's a word that the laughter tried to steal, but that's legitimately gaslighting. Like, no, you don't smell this thing. Like, what are you talking about? You don't smell that. It's like.
Yep. So this poor woman who's been groomed into fucking a man who cut his penis off said that she tried asking her mother about what it could be, and she couldn't give me any answers because she's not informed on the topic. She tried asking her gay cousin, but she didn't have any answers. Right. So your gay cousin who's a woman, so that presumably means that she fucks women. Well, guess what? But she doesn't think that vaginas smell like shit because vaginas don't. That's called a penis hole. Fucking hell.
Yes, if your vagina smells like poop, you've probably got a problem. Go and see a doctor.
Yes.
But then trying to, like, convince women to, like, pretend that their vaginas smell like shit in solidarity is just fucking weird. Like, that's your solution to this.
Their solution to their secondary poop holes smelling like shit is shut up and lick the poop, bigot. But wait! It gets worse! But before...
No. No. No, he doesn't.
But before we get to the cultural impact and science of unique genital sense, that's not a genital. That's a festering hole that's been drilled into a man.
It was a genital, and then you mutilated it.
Yeah, so read on to learn about the sad story that sparked a poovolution in a Canadian public school. God damn it, Canada! A poovolution.
A what? What now?
A poovolution. As I was transitioning, I found it triggering that my normal female friends didn't smell like poo, the top of the fateful note read. That's right, they found it triggering that their hole drilled through to their anus smells like their anus.
Humble people. Why are we doing this?
Who gave me this article to suffer through?
Well, that would be me.
Well, that's why we're doing
That was
this.
me.
And of course, the rest of the story is a subscription feature, and I'm not logging in.
Archive?
No, I've tried. No.
Well, it's probably just as well because I'm already horrified.
Yeah, probably for the best. And Pide's like, oh, for fuck's sake, what did my fucking shit old country do now? Well, apparently, at a small but respected Canadian school, I didn't know Canada had any respected schools left, had set up an anonymous tip box for LGBTQ folks to alert they're transphobic if they haven't spelt folks with an X. So alert the faculty to issues faced by the community. It was a lavender wooden box decorated with cheery handwriting, plastic flowers, and other colourful accoutrements discreetly placed by the janitor's closet near the main bathrooms. 3 times a week, the woman describing herself as the school's trans mama bear ceremoniously poured its heart-rending contents onto a table in the faculty lounge. Trans mama bear. And you're trying to pretend that you're not indoctrinating children.
It's weird.
Student history is like, shame God said no more flooding or smiting by fire.
Just a little bit.
I mean, I don't think God promised not to smite additional towns with fire. But yeah, he really needs to backtrack on that whole rainbow thing. Especially now that they've co-opted his promise to... what's his name? It's not Moses, fuck. Completely forgotten. Ah, it doesn't matter, Archman. No one, for fuck's sake. Billy Blogs is like, I don't think it's drilled into the colon, it just smells like it. It's a neo-vagina. They've taken a man, cut his dick off, and then drilled a several-inch hole into his body. There's only one place it can end up. Moving away from that.
Please. Please, let's.
New Biden administration rule will tie federal education funding to LGBT mandates. An upcoming Biden administration rule change will tie billions of dollars in federal education funding to an array of LGBT policies, forcing school districts and universities to implement controversial rules on issues like transgender athletes in order to receive federal funding. The US Department of Agriculture said this month it will change how it interprets Title IX prohibitions on the discrimination based on sex to include discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. The change means that schools that accept any kind of funding, including students receiving FAFSA or Pell Grants or students who receive federally subsidized school lunch funding, will be subject to the new Title IX LGBT interpretation. This means that schools around the country will be forced to comply with a range of pro-transgender policies in things like sports, housing, locker rooms, and bathrooms if they want to continue receiving federal funds. That's right, folks. If your kid's school receives federal funding, your little girl is now going to have boys in her bathroom raping her at the same time as they beat her in sports.
Great.
So, of course, you can't misgender kids. You can't not allow men to pretend they're women and beat all the girls in sports. Like, for fuck's sake.
Oh, what can we do?
I'm starting to think that we need to burn it down.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
But it's not surprising that Biden and his administration have come up with something like this. They're pro-raping little girls. Just ask Hunter. Meanwhile, over on Reddit, There's a trans DIY teen subreddit, a community for all those rejected by the main Reddit. I have all the things you need, and all
Trans DIY. What?
trans DIY teen. I have all the things you need, and I'll do my very best to help you. I'm quite disgusted by the DIY community. This will serve as a place for all people under and over 18. Are PO boxes safe? So I don't know if answers are going to answer this, but will my parents find out about the PO box? What happens if customs seizes my order? Will they send something to my house? Am I running the risk of being arrested? If my parents find out, I'm fucked. So sorry for being a little paranoid. I can't believe this is a thing. We need to have a look at this fucking shithole. Trans DIY. But let's have a look. How do I hide my packages? How do I go about buying puberty blockers? How do I order tea without a phone using shit Nintendo Switch browser?
What?
My parents are pretty invasive, and they usually open my parcels most of the time, and consider I'm doing DIY, and I just don't know how to order it without having my parents find out. I can't get a PO box, and I can't leave it at the post office because it's 25 minutes away. Not allowed to leave my home that far. Any tips?
It's your history. Trans DIY. So you chopping your balls off at home? I wouldn't recommend attempting, but suppose free countries and whatnot.
How to increase height while on HRT, trans femme. As a teen, my growth plates are probably not yet fused. I'm on estrogen supplements, and I want to know how to not just completely and utterly destroy myself. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Well, the fact that this is a teen as well, like somebody who's not, like they even say they don't finish growing. Yeah, they've not finished growing mentally either. And yeah, we're gonna throw hormones into them.
Mm-hmm.
It's sick.
So the moderator of this community, sadgay.co.uk, they're on all the drug subs, MDMA, DMT, LSD, shrooms,
estrogen, testosterone.
Mm-hmm. 1+ year on estrogen and breast buds haven't gotten softer or smaller. Finally looking into progesterone. Boobs feel smaller. Uterus transplants. I need an answer.
Uterus transplants.
Mm-hmm. This is on the main trans DIY sub. Because, of course, that's...
Why is there trans DIY subreddits? Like, what does that even mean? Trans DIY.
I think it's how to get steroids delivered in the mail.
So, instead of taking these things under a doctor, just trying to get the hormones delivered to you via some shady website. I'm sure nothing could ever go wrong.
Yep, they're ordering their estrogen off the dark web.
Fuck's sake. Apparently they're looking for uteruses too.
Yep. Because they're like, you guys are so smart and so good with your research. I have a friend that's insistent trans women get uterus transplants. However, I've never ever seen solid evidence in it being done on anyone but cis women. Some provide me with answers and research sources. A binary male says cis women can theoretically receive a donor uterus, but I believe it's rare. As for trans women receiving uterus, it's not happening yet. Someone else says it's not permanent. The idea is that the research is transplanted to enable a person to become pregnant and is removed after giving birth. In theory, the same procedure with some modifications and subsequently a C-section could be used by a trans woman. No, you fuck off. Just leave women the fuck alone.
You're gonna get to a point, they're gonna be trying to get uteruses on the black market. You're gonna have to, watch that you're all kidnapped and have your uterus stolen by some fucking crazy trans person. You wake up, you're like, something's missing.
Meanwhile, and they promise they're not grooming kids, are you under the age of 18? Kenosha Pride is specifically looking for minors to dress up in drag and perform on stage with drag queens.
Specifically, are you under the age of 18?
Yes.
Even the fucking wood chipper.
Are you an LGBTQ artist/entertainer under the age of 18? Do you want a chance to perform on a stage? Well, here it is, folks. Kenosha Pride is holding a youth staged event on July 10th.
I'm sorry, Bezic. It's time for the soundbite. You put it off too long. Get in the chipper, bitch!
Base site says, Kyle, get your gun.
Why is Base Dave in the chat and not in the voice chat?
I don't know.
He's failed.
Mm-hmm.
Betrayer monkey.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, in chat, Aunt says, Ari, uterus transplant. There have been a few articles about someone planning to try that in the very near future, next year or two. How is this legal?
I mean, are they talking about trying it in women who, for whatever reason, like, have a problem and you're transplanting for that reason? Or are they talking about transplanting it into trans people? Because one might be slightly less iffy than the other, but even so, like, normally you get transplants because it's life-threatening, like, and you need the specific organ that's being transplanted to stay alive, and as much as these people might want to be mothers, that's not the case when it comes to uterus. You can live without one.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, adopt. I'm sure there's plenty of kids that would love a home. Like, adopt one.
Yeah, okay, so quick Google brings us to the Wikipedia article on uterus transplants. So they are totally possible for women.
Well, you say totally possible. I mean, it probably is, but you need all sorts of, like, drugs to stop your body from rejecting these kinds of things. Like, even with organs that you desperately need to survive, like, you need to stay on drugs for the rest of your life so that your body doesn't destroy it. So you're gonna put somebody unnecessarily on that for the rest of their lives.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of impact is that going to have on a child that was subject to those drugs while you were pregnant with somebody else's uterus? Like, it just seems so unnecessary. Even in women, it just seems so unnecessary. Just at that point, find a surrogate or adopt a kid that's stuck in the system.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, the first uterine transplant for a trans woman occurred in Germany for the Danish artist Doesn't Matter. And this person was alive from 1882 to 1931. She underwent a uterine transplant in 1931 in conjunction with vaginoplasty in Germany at the age of 48. However, she developed a post-surgical infection and died from cardiac arrest 3 months later.
Because you have to suppress your immune system to have any kind of transplant organ. It seems so unnecessary for a non-life-threatening transplant. Like, you need a new heart. You're going to take the anti-rejection drugs because you're dead without the new heart.
Yes. It does seem that there have been successful births in women who have received a transplanted uterus, including from deceased donors. Which, like, I'm sure that does make somewhat of a difference to women who desperately want to have a baby, but can we not waste millions of dollars on mentally ill men by sticking a fucking uterus that they can't use in them?
Yeah, I don't even know that it's... Like I say, it's a bit of an iffy thing even in biological women as to whether or not it's actually necessary. No matter how badly they want to have a baby,
Exactly.
like there are other ways to have babies that don't involve suppressing your immune system for the rest of your life.
Yep.
I mean, it's slightly less iffy in biological women because at least, you know, there's a chance that they're actually going to be able to use the damn thing.
Yep, so it says the recipient has to look at potentially 3 major surgeries. The transplant surgery, if pregnancy is established and carried to viability, a cesarean section, and as the recipient is treated with immunosuppressive therapy, eventually after completion of childbearing, a hysterectomy needs to be done so that the immunosuppressive therapy can be terminated.
Right, so they're just temporarily putting it in there then. That's...
Uh-huh.
Just... Why? It's so unnecessary.
The current standard for ethics includes the Montreal criteria. And the first few words are the recipient is a genetic female. Boom. Done.
Well, like I say, I'm not even sure I would say necessarily that that would be enough.
Right, they've got other criteria as well, but strangeness. Just maybe don't do that.
I don't know why they just don't look into making adoption less of a bureaucratic nightmare and just, you know, encourage people that are unfortunate enough to be in a situation that they can't have biological children to say, okay, well, you know, why don't you adopt a child that needs a home? Like, why? This is kind of 2 birds with 1 stone at that point, isn't it?
You'd like to think so.
But no.
No.
Maybe not.
Clearly the solution is to cut the tits off of real women, strap them down, rip their uterus out, and then give it to a mentally ill man who wants a baby. Which does seem to be what the trans lot are asking for.
Fantastic. That's...
Mm-hmm. Jess, Ardent sent us a meme that I just need to get up.
Shaden says, because you can't socially engineer society with that attitude. Just go, well, yeah, I guess that's it. I don't know if you've seen the thing that I don't know if Bezik's got it in his list, the thing that I sent him earlier about exactly what somebody at The Guardian wants to do with society in the future. And it reads like one of these awful dystopia books.
Oh, that one. I think I might have it in the list.
It was about transhumanism.
Yeah.
It's just like, I was reading through it this morning. It was one of the first things I read when I woke up, and I was just like, the fuck is this? Like, this sounds like the plot
I just need a
of
quick
an
bathroom break.
awful dystopia book. Where they, what did they want to do? Beyond Our Ape-Brained Meat Sacks was the title. And it talks about basically just like uploading our consciousness and having virtual partners and virtual babies and conquering death and all this crap. And it's just like, what are you doing? Student of history, if a Guardian writer wants it, then I want to for napalm on it. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I hope Isaac actually brings it up. Base Dave, I'm offended. Well, I did send it to you this morning, and it did actually make me laugh when it said ape brain. I'm like, Monkey will have something to say about this.
Yes. Let's bring the article up and have a look.
Sorry, I probably jumped forward a few articles, but like
Yeah.
it just reminded me of that. It's like it really sounded terrifying when I was reading it this morning. She's so excited about it. She's like, "Yeah, in 10 years, the human race will be unrecognizable," and I'm like, "Fuck, I'm gonna have to get off this planet."
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Elon's selling tickets to Mars.
Yeah. Oh dear. We've got one more article on this, and then we'll have a look at that one. So,
Okay.
the Daily Wire aired a documentary, What is a Woman? And in the documentary, a pediatrician says prepubescent kids are ready for trans hormone therapy whenever they ask for it, and claims that you can pause hormones like music with the same drugs used to chemically castrate pedophiles.
Oh. No. Oh, I seen this crazy fucking. I don't know if this is the same clip, but there's one where this person just sounds absolutely fucking bonkers. But they're like, so it asked her about chickens, and we're like, so if you see a chicken lay an egg, you know it's a female chicken, right? And she's like, I know that it was assigned female, but that doesn't tell us about how it, what its gender identity is. The chickens probably don't have gender identities. And it's like, oh my god, you sound like a fucking mental patient. Like, can you hear you? I'll see if I can find it. It's fucking bonkers.
Yeah, so
Absolutely bonkers.
Idiot is pediatric professor Michelle Forcier, and their hair's blue, which tells you they're poisonous.
Yes.
She says kids are ready for medical affirmation when they ask for it, even if it's before they've reached puberty. That could be a kiddo who is just starting puberty and they're panicking because they're just getting breast buds or their penis is getting bigger and busier, and they're worried about all kinds of masculine changes, the doctor said. That's right. They're experiencing some discomfort brought on by the puberty, so the solution is to murder them. She then says doctors can safely prescribe puberty blockers, claiming they're completely reversible and don't have permanent effects. They're wonderful because they can just put that pause on puberty. Just like you're listening to music. You put the pause on and puberty would go right back to where it was, the next note in the song, just delay that period of time.
Oh my god.
She also
I'm trying to find that video.
She said to the documentary maker that his sperm doesn't make him male and that an objective truth does not exist.
People are bonkers. Like, I am trying to find that video clip.
I think that is in this clip, so I will put
At
this on.
what age does the medical transition begin with medication?
So medical affirmation begins when the patient says they're ready for it. So that could be a kiddo who is just starting puberty and panicking because they're getting breast buds or their penis is getting bigger and busier and they're worried about all kinds of masculine changes. And that way, puberty blockers, which are completely reversible and don't have permanent effects, are wonderful because we can put that pause on puberty. Just like if you were listening to music, you put the pause on and we stop the blockers and puberty would go right back to where it was. The next note in the song just delayed that period of time.
You can just pause puberty.
No, you can't.
And then pick it up.
No, you can't.
In the future.
No, you can't. How many studies do they have, long-term studies, on hormone blockers with children? None.
I just spoke a month or two ago with a mother whose 14-year-old daughter was put on blockers. They discovered after 2 years, this 14-year-old girl has osteoporosis. That's something that like old women get.
How can doctors assure parents that a certain medicine is totally safe based on what you're saying, they can't possibly know that.
How can they be removing the healthy breasts of 15-year-old girls? How can they be sterilizing kids? How can this whole thing be happening, Matt?
So the last woman we just heard from there, the sane one, has a bunch of qualifications and awards on the wall behind her. Dozens of them. Do we have that clip in this article? No.
I'm trying to find it, because it was just...
It's stupid.
Okay. Yeah, this is the one. And it's just like... Yeah, she starts talking about his truth. And he's like, the same truth that says we're sitting in this room. Like, reality is the truth that I'm talking about. It's crazy. Like,
Male
watch this
gametes.
one.
That's what makes me male.
No, your sperm don't make you male.
Then what does?
It's a constellation.
In reality, in truth, okay?
Whose truth are we talking about?
The same truth that says we're sitting in this room right now, you and I.
No, you're not listening.
If I see a chicken laying eggs and I say that's a female chicken laying eggs, did I assign female, or am I just observing a physical reality that's happening in the world?
Does a chicken have gender identity? Does a chicken cry?
Well,
Does a chicken commit suicide? Let's
What does that have to do
frame
with-
it, because you're trying to...
Chicken has sex like any
A chicken
biological
has
organism.
an assigned gender, but a chicken doesn't have a gender identity.
So we assign female to chickens when they lay eggs? That's
We assume they're female if they lay eggs.
male gametes.
Holy shit, she's stupid.
Exactly, this is the clip I was talking about. Like,
What the actual fuck?
like, here's reality. Like, this person, I'm sorry, unironically needs to be in an asylum. Not recruiting people into this ideology. Like, if you're looking at a fucking chicken laying an egg and saying, yeah, you assigned that chicken a female gender, it's like, no, that chicken, in reality, has just pooped out an egg.
And she's like, you're not listening. No, I'm listening, but you sound like a retard. Because you're stupid and dumb as shit and wrong.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to see that particular clip, because it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, yes, chat, chat's like, she's not dumb, she's lying. No, she's dumb, lying, and an evil satanic bitch from hell.
All of these things can be true.
Yes. Now, here we have some snarling, crazed lunatic who says that gender is assigned kids at birth by doctors. No, it's observed by doctors. And in fact, guess what, you stupid bitch? We can observe it before birth. Like, do these idiots who are like, oh, assigned gender at birth. No, do you fucking retards not understand that ultrasounds exist?
It's stupid.
Like, they're such idiots.
Like, you gotta wonder if it's dishonesty or being deluded.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you gotta wonder which it is.
Both. They're deluded into thinking that being trans is a good thing. And then they're lying to convince people to do it.
Maybe.
Among the puberty blockers they use is Lupron, which can be used to treat endometriosis and prostate cancer. It has been used in the past to chemically castrate sex offenders. When questioned about that in the documentary, Dr. Crazy Bitch tried to end the interview after admitting that she prescribed it. You know what, I'm not sure that we should continue with this interview because it seems like it's going in a particular direction. Yeah, towards you prescribing kids with fucking sterilization and chemical castration shit.
Then that is dishonesty. Like, knew that she was about to get cornered with something unethical and was like, oh,
Yeah.
I sent the interview because you were trying to trap me. And it's like, well, obviously you're doing something bad then if you're able to be trapped like this.
Yep, she told Walsh that he was being exploited with his choice of words and was malignant and harmful. Yeah, hey, pot, meat kettle, you fucking stupid bitch. All I'm saying, as a pediatrician, when you use that terminology, you're being malignant and harmful. It's about the context of caring for a child and seeing the suffering that kids can have of not being in affirmative home situations. No, fuck off, you evil bitch.
That's... Yeah, that just proves to me that it's not delusion. It is,
she's evil. Like I can at least understand why a lot of criminals criminal. But what the fuck is this bitch getting out of it?
Well, that is the question.
Like, I can wrap my head around Islamic terrorists. I can wrap my head around bank robbers. I can wrap my head around fucking Genghis Khan or raping and murdering across all of Asia. But what the fuck is this bitch's goal?
It seems to be, well, they're heavily indoctrinated, aren't they? In their, I guess, Marxist religion.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I suppose they get extra brownie points for, sterilizing people so that they can't continue with the overpopulation crisis.
Well, that's it. Can't have overpopulation if you sterilize all the kids.
Telling you, in 20 years, well, maybe not even 20 years time, but when these kids grow up and realize what these adults have done to them, we already see that there's a high suicide rate in transitioning, but not all of them are going to internalize that anger, and sooner or later one of them is going to take it out on the people who did it to them, and it's not going to be pretty.
And I'm going to have no sympathy whatsoever. Well, for the new so-called victims. Okay, let's have a look at the transhumanism article.
Yay!
Beyond our
Are you ready, chat?
Beyond our 8-brain meat sacks, can transhumanism save our species? Literally no, you daft cunt.
Vesic's already triggered at the title. This is gonna be a good one.
Save our fucking species. Yes, save our species by making sure the species doesn't exist anymore. What a fucking galaxy brain thought.
This kind of bounces off the whole, because they've been talking about virtual children and stuff. This kind of it bounces off of that, like, that's really excited them.
But I know, Disco, we're going to save the dodo by eating them all.
Do they taste like chicken?
Allegedly, they taste better than chicken.
We might have to do that.
Aging cured, death conquered, work ended, the human brain reverse engineered by AI. Babies born outside of the womb. No! Virtual children, fuck off. Non-human partners. No, put the dog down, you fucking disgusting animal shagger.
What? Non-human partner?
The put the dog down, animal fucker. The future of humanity could be virtually unrecognizable by the end of the 21st century. It's already unrecognizable now, you fucking lunatics.
You've already broken everything.
The future of humanity, and that's if we get the transition right. If we get it wrong, well, the future is wildly scary, says the young philosopher-macrohistorian-futurist with a smile. I can't lie to you about that. In 10 years' time, it's all going to look pretty different. In another 10 years, that's a total event horizon for me. I think it's eminently plausible at that point the game has changed in some very fundamental way, for good or bad. No, fuck off. Bowen, 31, is speaking from a sunny Mosman apartment, where she's housing and looking after the plants. It's a distance away from the Hawkesbury River on the outskirts of Sydney where she grew up. That explains a lot. Half a world away from Oxford University where she forms part of the Future of Humanity Institute. Yes, the future of humanity is destroying it. Well done, you stupid bitch.
It's like, how can we save humans? Oh yeah, maybe if we just didn't exist anymore and we were just like some kind of diluted version of the
I think I've read
humans.
this sci-fi dystopian novel.
Well, this is what I was saying. Like, that is literally how it sounds. That's how it read to me. I'm like, I just no, stop it, please. I want to get off.
Like, I think I've read a fucking story like this. Yes. No, it's a fucking episode of fucking Doctor Who in the library. Several thousand people saved. How did you save them? Well, they brought them into the computer. Like, for fuck's sake. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Like, I saved them all. I saved them by killing them. See, their consciousness are over here. It's like, uh-huh.
Yes, I saved them. Like a computer file. Literally an episode of Doctor Who. The episode where they introduced River Song and the Vashnarada.
Where they introduced her and also her last episode.
Yes. You know, back when they did crazy things like writing and acting.
Yes. Oh, I did love the River Song storyline. Just as a side note.
Yeah, but apparently River Songs was the last actress in England.
So what else do they want us to do? Because I think she wants to like conquer death and
oh yeah,
aging and like just
transhumanism is a movement that aims to address or end the tragedies of reality, aging, sickness, and involuntary death. Oh, excellent! So the only death will be suicide. Well done. Whether we reckon... Blah, 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 blah. For this stupid bitch, it's no great leap to imagine that a baby born in 2030 may have its entire genome mapped at birth, and that's totally not eugenics. That data upload to a central health record and cross-reference at any medical appointment throughout its life, where if it isn't up to date on its latest injection of 5G...
People wonder why, like, people are putting off having kids. And they look at stuff like this and they're like, I'm not sure
I'm starting to think the Luddites were right. Maybe we do need to smash all the technology and go back to plowing the fields. It's no great stretch to think that AI will become the most powerful intellectual force of the century. Well, it certainly won't be you, you daft bitch. The human... that human consciousness might be transferred from our meat sacks, bodies, into a technological sphere, that the rise of AI and automation might render great swathes of human labour redundant, and that maybe, if we get it right, that could leave more time for leisure, big thinking, meditation, connection, big thinking. Bitch, if you did any thinking at all, it'd be a fucking miracle. Experiments are already underway in the realm of artificial wombs, and Bowen is sure when viable, women will be clamouring to be freed from the shackles of pregnancy, childbirth, and breastfeeding. Has she spoken to a woman? What would your mother think, you stupid bitch? Ask any woman over 50, other than your mother, who I'm sure is wishing that she never had kids, whether they'd want to miss out on pregnancy, childbirth, and breastfeeding.
And the thing is, like, if she don't want to do that, like, she doesn't even have to.
No.
She just needs to, learn what contraception is.
Well.
And no, it's not an abortion.
Put the coat hanger down. What does chat have to say? Because I think they're being all sorts of clever and well read.
Who said they could do that?
Well, apparently they don't like listening to what their overlords have to say. Student History says, are these the ideas
Get
that
in
happen?
the simulation, chat.
Are
Shut
these...
up and get in the simulation. Eat the virtual bugs.
Now, these are the ideas that happen when you give people too much power and don't beat the fact that they aren't God into their skulls. Yes. Katie Lane says it is the vision of the anointed, as Thomas Sowell has written. Geod says that image is taken directly out of the directing of The Matrix. Prime Knight says, how about voluntary death as I die in a hail of bullets after going berserk with a flamethrower on these people? Glory to Odin. Prime Knight says, no, not my power tools. Tristan Armstrong says Frank Herbert expanded universe. In response to a eugenic AI assigning a woman an unnecessary abortion, the Butlerian Jihad launched to destroy every last thinking machine. I'm thinking we need to do that. Student History says, can't wait to see how horrifyingly catastrophic this attempt at utopianism is going to play out. Also against the serious stage review from late 19th and early 20th century commies. Yep. Oh, here we go. This stupid bitch came up with this idea when she was an English literature undergrad. So she's a midwit, though that surprises nobody.
Yeah. The midwits seem to be the worst.
So, basically, her problem seems to be that humans die and that's bad, therefore we must stop all death. You know, the idiots that have been running the world for the last 2 years, trying to make death illegal?
Literally.
I think we need a crusade. Because this bitch literally says we're building God, you know. Oh, bitch!
Basically, she's like, I don't want to die ever. Therefore, we need to change what humans actually are.
Well, it seems to be that she's... How do I want to put it?
I'm sorry that you're afraid to die, but, like, how about don't ruin the entire of humanity trying to avoid it?
Well, that's it. Rather than achieving something with her life, being remembered by her friends and her children, no, the crazy bitch just wants to become God instead.
Like, I'm sure there's probably very few people who actually, like, want to think about the fact that they're not going to be around forever. But most people just come to terms with that instead of, attempting to break everything.
Well, most people, if they struggle with death, they try and leave a lasting impression on the world. You know, something like children, or a great invention, or saving lives, or great works of charity or literature. No, if you're a fucking idiot, the solution's just to ban death.
Ban death. And literally, that is, you're right when you say, they tried to make death illegal this year. They did.
Yep, they're like, how dare these anti-vax Republican bastards kill my 105-year-old grandma who was in palliative care dying of cancer when she caught the disease that shall not be named.
Clearly, they killed her. It's like, oh my god.
Yes.
She would have been immortal if not for the goof. Like, aha.
The disease that shall not be named is what killed her. Not the fact that she is a century old and in palliative care already. No. It was totally the disease that shall not be named.
Obviously.
Yep. Or the kid in Australia who died, and even the fucking hospital's like, it wasn't the coof, you fucking idiots. It was the meningococcal he had at the same time.
No, that doesn't. It can't be that.
Mm-hmm.
People are immoral, and it's just the coof that has stopped them being immoral.
Yeah,
which is why
clearly.
we had to lock everyone up for their own good, so that they would remain immoral.
Just like that article where the fully poked man died of the coof, and then they said it would have been worse if he hadn't been fully poked. Like, fucking hell! They unironically wrote that in a real news article.
It would have been worse. Like, yeah, he's dead, but he would have died worse if
like, how could it have been worse? You know, if you hadn't injected him with the glue, his body would have exploded upon death and wiped out the entire hospital? Like, what are we talking about here?
It really does lead into the whole NPC meme that, like, that is the script for somebody having COVID while having had the jab, is that it would have been worse had I not had the jab. And so they didn't have a script for them dying with it, so they just had to run the one that was most relevant. Well, the rest of us are going, that doesn't.
And it really is a script. Every time a politician gets, it's like, oh, I'm so grateful that I got it, otherwise I would have been more sick. No, how about you stand up and go, why the fuck did I get it if I did the thing?
Yeah. Can't do that. That's anti-vax rhetoric. That would be...
Yeah, you see why IBD1 agrees. If you're unV'd, you explode when you die. That's why it's so important.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's like a burster in some zombie fiction, where unless they've been injected with the magical drug that stops them from bursting, when they burst, they infect everyone else and turn them into zombies. Well, like, it really, the last 2 years really does read like bad science fiction.
Well, apparently it's not going to get much better, judging by articles like this. Like, they want to make things even fucking worse.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you won't be dead. We'll just have, destroyed your body and turned your consciousness into a computer program. And then I guess if your consciousness has wrong thing, they'll just turn you off.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, wrong thing detected. Program terminated.
Yep. Student history says, ban death. This just screams of the kind of hubris a dying civilization has. There's a reason why the Sumerians had stories saying death is inevitable, now make peace with it. Yeah. Katie Lane asks, how do we know these people actually had the spear? Well, the best we can do is take their word for it. Because the fact that they were on TV allegedly getting it doesn't mean jack fucking shit after we saw Biden totally not. We've seen them fake it repeatedly on live TV, so all we can do is take their word that they totally got the thing that would protect them from the thing that they ended up getting, but they're grateful that they got the first thing, so that they didn't get the second thing as bad.
Yeah, even the dead guy, I'm sure, was really grateful that he got the thing.
Yeah, they interviewed the dead guy, and he said that he was grateful he got the thing.
Yeah, his death would have been so much worse had he not got the thing.
Well, it's at this point, it literally seems to be that it's the holy fucking sacrament. It's literally the same as the Catholic priest running up and going to a soldier on the battlefield going, I absolve thee of their sins, you go to heaven now. if you get the thing, you go to Koof heaven. It's literally a religious mark. If you don't have it, you're evil and you go to hell when you die. If you do have it, when you die, you go to heaven. It's straight up a fucking religion.
Well, yeah, I mean, because there was so many people who were getting like tattoos and stuff of where they got the jab, and they're getting like little plaster tattoos or like little needle tattoos, and it's like, yeah, that's your like, look, I got baptized. Look,
Yeah.
see, I'm a fully fledged member of this cult. It's like any other injection. Like, you don't see people walking around with flu jab tattoos. You don't see people walking around with the MMR jab tattoos. You know, you don't see people going vaxxed against polio on their fucking arm, do you? This is completely new phenomena.
Yeah. Like, it really is like joining a religious cult, and then you get the mark put upon your skin so that they know you are faithful.
I guess eventually they're gonna run out of space on their arms, though.
Must be. Like, what do they do each time they get a new one? And are they going to get tattoos for the smallpox vaccine?
Oh god, well, the monkeypox one.
Well, yes,
the next thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And how many is that gonna take?
Sooner history is like, so is this baptism or the mark of the beast from Revelations? Yes. It's both. Thou shalt have no gods before me. And Fauci is not a god, you bastards.
Well, he did say, you know, he's basically the Pope of science.
Yep. Yeah. Geod says, when we remove religion as a pillar in society, we never considered that it was there for a reason. Now we're trying to build a new pillar and it's just not working. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we talked about this a couple of episodes ago, didn't we?
I think we talk about it in most episodes, usually when secondary works.
As much as, you know, I'm not religious, you know, I'm definitely starting to see that some people need something like that. Yeah. Otherwise, they go looking for it in other places. And, well, with the results that we're seeing now, like, some people do seem to need a kind of higher power of some sort to tell them how to behave.
Yeah.
And without God taking that that role, we're seeing science is currently the one that's taking that role.
Well, like, I've been the working theory, part of the working theory I'm building up is that it takes a special kind of above average intelligence person who's also has a specific kind of personality where they can develop their own purpose to be a proper lowercase atheist. Unfortunately, what we end up is so many people who don't believe in God, but they're either idiots or midwits or slightly intelligent with no fucking purpose. And they're like, I need a purpose, I need a purpose, I need a purpose. Ooh, the climate! Ah!
Well, Fauci says that it's needed that we do this to be good people. Therefore, like, and it's basically they do become like
they're literally treating him like a prophet.
Yeah, they do. It does become a new religion, and I think it's because they need something to follow. Because humans are herd animals.
Yep. And sadly, most of them aren't the ones who have independent thought and lead. What else have we got? Casey says they'd rather have a priest assault them rather than go with the spear mantra. Caitlin says people are still wearing their holy sacraments outside. Unbelievable. No, it's not holy sacrament. It's holy vestment, isn't it? They have been baptized and then they wear the holy vestment of the great Fauci upon their face.
Oh, yeah. I still see people walking around in masks, and it's just like, okay.
My doctor has reinstated requiring them.
Really?
And yeah, like the fucking stuff, and everyone is sitting there with their stupid little pieces of cotton because they don't bother to require N95 or better. No, it's just cheap pieces of throwaway crap. And it's like, you've got to wear this if you want to go in and see the doctor. You're supposed to be medical professionals, you fucking idiots.
Hey, at least you can get to see doctors. Like, our doctors still don't want to see people in person. They'd rather, like, there's still a big push for more remote appointments, which all that means is that the poor nurses are going to end up picking up the slack.
Yeah. Katie Lane says, receptionists love the part. That's it. I'm convinced that the idiot who made this policy was like some receptionist or practice manager, not a real fucking doctor.
Almost certainly.
Ardent Party says it's a fetish, the religious definition of one. Like your cross with your beads and whatnot.
I'd rather people had their goddamn crosses and whatnot. At least, like, I'm not required to fucking get medical intervention just because, you know, you might get somebody coming up to you and trying to push the religion on you, but at least they're not expecting you to start jabbing yourself with
give them
things.
5 minutes and they'll do the whole, I think it's like David thing where they go around collecting foreskins from their slain enemies. It's roughly the same thing. Ardent Party says that they had a guy cycle past them yesterday outdoors in brilliant sunshine with the holy vestment upon their face. Had to restrain himself from asking why he was doing something so self-harmful.
Oh, the amount of people you see, like, driving past, it's not quite so much now, but you did a lot.
Well, the stupidest thing is they actually made that the law in Australia.
They'd be in a car by themselves with a mask on their face, and it's like, buddy.
Yeah, but they actually made that. They actually made it law that you had to do that in Australia. Because they're like, anytime you're outside your home, you must wear it.
You were allowed outside your home?
Oh, only to generate taxes for the government.
I didn't think you were allowed outside your home.
We were allowed outside occasionally in order to make our donation to the church or the government.
I see.
When they took 30% of all our shit. Prime Knight asks, when does the public flagellation begin? In religious terms, they're literally already doing it. Like, the ones who suffer... we're on YouTube, so... the ones who allegedly have the very rare adverse reactions to the very safe jibby jobs... The ones of that, the true believers, they sit there going, it's a sign that it is working. I've been anointed by the Lord. Gaze upon my suffering and see how virtuous I am.
That's just my immune system working. That's why I've been
no. They literally stand. They literally.
Why I'm having this stroke? It's definitely my immune system working, which means that yes. Quick, jab me with another before my immune system stops.
They literally stand there going, gaze upon my suffering. See that I am more virtuous than thou. For I have done it once and suffered, and I shall do it a second time, because I am the chosen of the great holy Lord Fauci. Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's right, though. I did see people who were just like that.
Unironically true. Oh, and Geoid says, happy Killdozer Day. Happy Killdays Day to everybody. I might as well bring up and argue that our resident idiot in Sultans was going like, yeah, it's okay. Because we could, with this one we might be able to talk about, but we still need to be careful.
Oh.
How about...
Probably just as well our boat chef is off his break now then.
Yes, it's probably for the best.
I already asked you like 10 times to get off my chair. Why don't you go be somewhere else? You need to go on a diet, Cat. You're getting chunky.
Yeah. So, not only does your holy vestment protect you from the great satanic plague, it will also protect you from influenza. And don't forget, you also need it for your monkeypox.
Really? Because I thought they were pushing the influenza jab as a separate thingy.
Oh no, they're doing both.
Do you remember when they put out an article, like this was somewhat near the start of the whole jabbing fiasco, where they were like, people who have had the jab are less likely to die of any cause.
Yeah.
It's like,
literally, it's literally holy water that will protect you.
It's like, any cause, you say.
Mm-hmm. Just seeing if I can find something else.
They seem to believe this, like it is some like amazing thing that's just it just grants immortality.
Yeah. So of course they're like, wear your holy vestment. It will protect you. And they ask, will wearing it stop me from getting sick? Not necessarily. You have to wear a good one, despite the fact that the government sits there and goes, oh no, you can just wear anything, because it's not about protection. It's literally about showing you're a member of the cult.
What makes me laugh is when they've got the masks on, and it's one of these shitty little blue things that was probably made in China and left on the floor for a couple of weeks before being packaged. But they've got like these shitty little blue masks on, and then they've got their nose just poking over the top of it because it's uncomfortable to wear. And it's like, why did you bother?
I was at the radiology the other day, where they still require that bullshit, and I damn nearly took out my phone and started recording as I was while I asked the receptionist why the fuck theirs were below their noses.
And at that point, I'm sorry, you're just virtue signaling, because even if you believe, like truly believe, that the mask is actually gonna have any preventative power, surely you would know that it wouldn't. That small amount wouldn't work if your fucking beak is popping over the top.
Yep. So who's this weirdo? Queensland University of Technology Professor of Public Health and Disaster Management Jerry Fitzgerald says that many of the surgical masks are not designed properly to actually capture and prevent viruses. Yes, because they're designed to block droplets and bacteria. And I'm talking about actual surgical masks, not these random pieces of paper crap that you can buy at the corner store for $2 from China.
Where
the fuck is that other article?
Which one?
I'm certain the morons in Australia came out with something particularly stupid that I posted, I'm pretty sure. While we look at that one, I think we've discovered this one before. Eric Feigl, dipshit. According to the CDC, monkeypox has a theoretical risk of airborne transmission, aka we made it up.
Oh yeah, the theoretical risk. That was great. It's like, so according to all of the websites that have been well documented of what monkeypox does, because it's not a new disease, it's not really airborne at all. It's more like from touching the bodily fluids of somebody that's got it, or sharing like linen or something. And then they just slowly start changing that to like, it could be, and it's like, stop it. Did you see that they were apparently removing older articles from, like, I think it was the NHS?
Well, I've actually...
Where they were removing old outbreak articles, and it's like, why are you doing that?
Well, I actually snapped an archive from the CDC page on transmission, and it says that, and this was captured 19th of May. The virus enters the body through broken skin, respiratory tract, or mucous membranes. Animals to human transition may occur by bite or scratch, bushmeat preparation, direct contact with bodily fluids or lesion material, or indirect contact with lesion material such as through contaminated bedding. Human-to-human transmission is thought to occur primarily through large respiratory droplets. Respiratory droplets generally cannot travel for more than a few feet, so prolonged face-to-face contact is required. Large droplets, not airborne. If it was airborne, nothing. You'd have. If it's airborne, you might need to be wearing some kind of respirator. No mask will save you from something that's airborne. And we'll just, since we're here, we'll just open up that fucking page and see what it currently says.
And this is the kind of stuff that,
guess what?
You know, they'll sit there and they'll go, I don't know why nobody believes us. Must be the conspiracy theories.
Guess what, Disco?
Like, no, this is the
Disco. Guess what?
It's changed.
It's changed.
And this is why nobody believes them. This, right here.
They've actually removed the whole section on human-to-human transmission being through large respiratory droplets. It's gone. It's fucking gone.
And this is why nobody believes them. And they must hate the fact. I'm surprised that they haven't tried to get archiving sites banned, because they must hate the fact that we can go back and actually look at what things said previously and be like, why are you lying? Like, why did you change this? Because they would love for us to just like look it up and be like, oh well, it says that on here. Like, doesn't matter that they changed it yesterday.
Yep, they've literally changed it.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see a push for removal of archiving sites in the future.
Yeah.
In the battle for misinformation.
So they now say that it spreads between people primarily through direct contact with infectious source, scars, or body fluids. It can also be spread by respiratory secretions during prolonged face-to-face contact. Okay, so if you don't make out with a monkey, you should be fine.
Poor monkey.
Student history says, if a disease is airborne and passes through cuts, scratches, mucous membranes, etc., then to operate it with it will require, by default, a full level A hazmat response. Yeah, if it's airborne, and we're not talking droplet or the other one that's even smaller than droplets after it's been aspirated, like, for fuck's sake. Base-types in chat being all sad. Base-types not getting laid for years.
Oh, poor monkey. Nobody's gonna want to kiss the monkey.
For fuck's sake.
Student Ministry says if you don't make out with a monkey, lol, 8 BTF vote.
It's perfect timing too. Poor monkey. So meanwhile, how about the National Library of Medicine? A study they did in 1970. 6 cases of infection were identified in Liberia, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone. 4 of the cases were confirmed by virus isolation. 2 were diagnosed on the basis of epidemiological and serological investigations. All the cases occurred in unpoked individuals. In all, 24 susceptible household contacts were exposed to the infected cases, but none developed disease. Household contacts, none of them got the disease. If household contacts can't fucking catch it, I think we're fine outside.
Yes. But expect that to change. Excuse me, Oscar. You seem to have appeared again.
Kitty, no!
Sneaky boy. Sneaky boy.
What else have we got? Oh, how about an article from the Brisbane Times called Mask for the Task? 3 flu shots as Queensland faces fresh outbreak. Yep, in just 1 week, cases of flu have surged in Queensland by the thousands, with residents told to use the tools they used during the COVID-19 pandemic to keep numbers low. How about fuck off?
No.
With those so they say that the lockdowns, mask mandates, and social distancing have kept flu cases low in the past 2 years. No, fuck off. With those measures lifted, cases of influenza A jumped from 1,848 cases last week to 4,282 cases this week. Just fuck off.
Billy Vlog says, for fuck's sake, with this medical tyranny never ended. No, because it's...
Something, tree of liberty.
People like control too much.
So, how about Queensland Health Minister Yvette Death said they'd made the flu vaccine free so everyone could get it as soon as possible. No. Thanks, I don't... I'm right, thanks. I'll be good. Everything we learned through COVID, good hand hygiene. You learned that through COVID? What the fuck is wrong with you, you disgusting feral dog?
How did you not know before COVID that you should probably wash your fucking hands?
Yep, and staying home if you're sick. We'd like to, but we don't get that much fucking free money from the government. We know if people are going into the workforce with influenza, it will spread quickly, especially through an unvaccinated workforce, she said. It's almost as if it's the common fucking flu. And of course, most people are still carrying their holy vestments in their handbags or their cars. If you feel like you need to pop that one on if you're showing symptoms as well.
Well, no, you shouldn't be carrying it in your handbag. They're supposed to be single use, these blue things. They're one use.
Yep, student history says you learn hand washing in kindergarten. And no, need money. Fuck off. University of Queensland infectious diseases expert Professor Ian McDipshit said the vaccine was a good match with the current strains of influenza A now circulating. He reiterated the call for people to bring back other pandemic habits, especially mask wearing. Masks are such a simple but effective way of reducing risk. Citation needed. Both from you if you're infected and from others infecting you. No, go fuck off. And the key thing, though, there needs to be more education about this, is that the masks need to be well-themed. They need to be higher than just surgical mask stands, so P2 or N95. How about you shove your head up your fucking ass and that should keep you safe? Oh, and of course, don't forget, the rising numbers of the flu made it far more likely for people to be infected with both influenza and the coup, leading to co-infection dubbed flurona. And now we can have your co-infection with the pox, flurona pox.
Ooh, Floronapox. It's like fucking Pokemons.
Yep. He said it could get worse than flu season in Queensland in 2017, when there were more than 750 people in intensive care, and in 2019, when 5 people a week on average died from the disease. Oh yeah, would that be the 2019 when we, immediately before 2020, where we had hundreds of thousands of cases? Yeah. 68,000. Yeah, 68,000 lab confirmed cases in 2019. Next year, like 10.
Yeah, we basically the flu just disappeared. It was really weird.
Yep, and of course, like, oh, so many flu deaths. 264 in 2019. Would you like to do an age breakdown on that for me? No. Oh, why not? Oh, I see, because you don't want me to realise that's all old people. Like, I'm sorry, you stupid fucking leftards, but if your 120-year-old grandma dies of the flu, that sucks, and I do feel sorry for you, but also fuck off. What the fuck do you think happens? Like, people that old can die from a particularly strenuous shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even kidding. They literally can.
Oh no, there have been cases of that. It's just like, yeah, it sucks, but something is going to kill Granny. That is inevitable.
Yes.
It's why when you've got the flu, or you've got a particularly nasty cold, like,
don't go making out with Granny.
Yeah, you don't go visit Granny. You don't go visit that week. And that used to be just common sense. But now, no, we need to mandate that everybody gets locked in their houses because Granny might catch this. And it's like, yep, okay, Granny might catch it. And that will be unfortunate. But Granny might also catch the cold next week and have the same outcome. Because Granny is old and frail.
Yeah, meanwhile, how about Queensland records over 1,000 deaths from the coof as doctors warn booster shots remain critically important. Note that's 1,000 over 2.5 years. This is from 25th of May. Queensland surpassed 1,000 coof deaths today. After 2.5 fucking years, you disingenuous cunts.
Mm-hmm.
That's less than a death a day. And I'm sorry, but if less than one person a day is dying from the disease, I don't give a toss. And no, I'm not.
It really has just become you're not allowed to die anymore.
Yeah.
Like death is forbidden.
Like this woman's like, I'm so upset. My husband died just before we could celebrate our 50th wedding anniversary. So he was 70. What you're telling me is he was 70. Oh, no, he was 74. Oh, and he was being treated for lung cancer when he caught the disease. Well done, you retards!
Well, the thing is, like, I don't even blame her because, you know, the widow is always gonna be grieving, and the widow's gonna be looking for somebody to blame, and that's natural. But when the rest of society turns around and goes, yeah, this 74-year-old with lung cancer shouldn't have died, and we should have locked the healthy people up so that they lived another month until the flu got them next month. Like, that's not normal.
No. It's like he had lung cancer, was presumably being treated with chemotherapy, which completely shags your immune system, and then he got the coof. And then he tragically, a respiratory device, and tragically died at 74. I'm sorry, and that sucks for you, and you have my sympathies, but go fuck yourself. Why the fuck should we change our lives for it? She's like, it was the coof that got him, and that's on the death certificate. Well, yes, it was, but also, did you not consider the underlying condition of cancer?
It's unreal. It's just...
You need to get your 4 total deuces. And, no, government, I am not getting a poke while it is statistically more likely for me to die in a car crash on my way to get it than I am to die for the disease.
Yeah, but don't you want to save Granny?
No.
But think of Granny, like...
Yeah,
the
I'm thinking...
combination of coof and cancer might kill her, so...
I am thinking of Granny. That's why I'm going to go see her this weekend and take her chocolate, not ignore her and lock her up and see her through a window for the next 5 years until she dies of suicide.
That was so sad as well, because there's a lot of old people, like, who... Like, loneliness is tragic as it is in the elderly. And then we
loneliness kills more people than the coof in the elderly. Like, fuck's sake, people.
Yes, because the elderly, they give up when they've got nothing to live for. They do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you see an awful lot of the time where one spouse dies and the other is gone within the year, from healthy, or relatively healthy for the age, to dead. Yeah. Within a very short time period, because when they give up, they die. And you're telling me that you wanted to lock them in their houses by themselves, unable to see the kids, unable to see the grandkids. In some cases, unable to see their spouses because their spouses were in like nursing care.
And that's it.
When that was the best thing for them. What's wrong with you?
Well, that's it. They're sitting there going, "Oh, think of Granny," and Granny's in the corner like, "No, you stupid cunts! I want to see me grandkids."
I just want to see my grandkids. It's like, shut up, Granny. Like, we know what's best for you.
Yep. Like, Granny's like, well, if you ask me, fuck this shit. I'm old as crap, and I've only got a couple good years left anyway, so I'm going to spend them with me grandkids. Screw you.
Yeah. But no, that wasn't good enough.
And no, they can take their fucking face coverings and shove them up their assholes. What?
Shit.
Ardent Party says, fuck Granny, she had a good run. Oh dear, what else do I have? Because there's lots more I'd like to talk about on this topic, but we're already playing loose, fast and loose with the editorial guidelines.
It is funny that would be, you know, misinformation as far as Susan's concerned. And it's like, Susan, we're just looking at reality here. Like,
but
I'm sorry that offends you.
But reality makes me feel sad, so I'm going to ban any reference to it.
Yeah, Base Dave says broken heart syndrome. Yeah, pretty much. And that's been studied. Probably a lot more than the fucking, the Poke has, to be fair.
Mm-hmm. Ardent Party says, right after they started lockdown in Newfoundland, there were a bunch of basin hands on the news who wanted to see their kids and grandkids and were willing to accept the risk of death. Well, that's it. If you know you've only got a couple more years of good living, why the fuck would you want to spend it locked up? Like, fuck me dead. They let 70-year-olds out of prison because, fuck it, they've only got a couple more years left. An new relevant article that's also relevant to how fucking useless the NHS is. NHS waiting list, 7 years to clear COVID fuck-up backlog warning. It may take 7 years to get NHS Wales waiting list of 700,000 back to 2020 levels. That's right. Oh, to protect Granny, we're going to cancel everything. What do you mean Granny died because we didn't find her cancer?
Well, that's assuming that they even ever do, because I was reading an article the other day, I think it was on the Telegraph, where they think that at least the ambulance service is going to collapse sometimes in August. Just because now something like 30% of patients are spending over 4 hours outside the hospital in the ambulance, and by the numbers, they think that by August, it'll be unsustainable. Like, there won't be any ambulances on the road.
Student of History says
so it may not last that long.
Student History says 7 years. Yeah, at least with the expensive healthcare, I get what I paid for before I fucking die.
Well, you say expensive. Like, Carl and I were, I think it was Carl and I were talking about this the other day. And, like, with the, was it Carl and I? Was somebody at the low theaters anyway. We were talking about, like, national insurance versus private health insurance. And actually, if they were to cancel my national insurance, like, how expensive that is, I could get some pretty nice health insurance with that. The problem isn't that the private insurance is too expensive, it's that you have to pay twice.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't opt out of the national one.
It's why I think that healthcare is like the one thing Australia gets right. Because America's got a big problem with the hospitals and health providers overcharging because of the insurance system to screw everyone over. It's more expensive on paper than it should be, and you can quite often get reduced, but at least in Australia, like, it's not that fucking expensive. Like, you want to go to the dentist? A couple of $100. You can pay for it in 4 installments. Fuck, who cares? Or you can go on or you can get it for free through the government with, well, they'll do your urgent shit within a day, which is good. That's really fucking helpful. If it's less urgent, you might go on a waiting list for up to a year, which sucks, but it's better than being told to go fuck yourself. Yes, it would be nice that if you elected to get private health insurance, you didn't have to pay into the public system. Bet lots of people would do that. Oh dear.
Yeah. Right, back in a sec. I need to get more cider because my bottle is looking suspiciously empty.
Oh dear.
It probably was you that I was talking to, but I was also talking to somebody in the kitchen at the office about a similar topic. So, yeah, I probably was also talking to you about it.
Oh dear. What have we
But I'll
got?
be back in a second. I need more cider, so.
Right. What we got? Tristan Armstrong says, in Canada, if I go to the doctors and ask for an appointment, they might offer me an appointment in December. We have public healthcare that I cannot access unless it's via an emergency room. Dave says, I used to be a blood donor here in the UK. I guess they don't really want my filthy, unpoked blood now, so screw them, I've stopped. What else we got? Yeah, primed. 7-year wait. Great for cancer patients or organ transplants. Yeah, that's the crazy thing about the systems, Tristan. In Canada, you might have to wait till December, but in Australia, which has a system that's basically halfway between America and England, I can get, technically in a private practice, but subsidised fully by the government, an appointment in like 2-3 days. At the most. And, let's see, Tristan Armstrong is in Northern Ontario. Ew. Fuck Canada. Fuck Australia. Fuck everywhere except Texas and Florida. So let's have a look. So the number of patients waiting for non-urgent treatment has risen sharply since February 2020, prior to the idiotic response to the coup. They include Michael Ascender with severe back pain, one of 70,400 who've spent 2 years on a waiting list. Welsh Government said it had a plan to deal with backlogs. But Wales Auditor General Adrian Crompton said, just as the NHS rose to the challenge of the coup, they really didn't. It will need to rise to the challenge of tackling the waiting list, which is growing to huge proportions because the doctors have been lazy cunts. After struggling with his back, Mr. Ascender, from somewhere I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce, paid £1,500 for a private scan, which revealed he had 2 slipped discs. At the moment, I'm coping pretty well, taking pills for the pain and trying to stay active, he said. But something that took me a half hour before now takes an hour. And he is 74. So he's moving less. Yeah, that's exactly what a 74-year-old needs to do. Move less. I'm sure that'll be great for his ongoing health. So you said in your others...
Yeah, it's not better to have them move less.
No, make the old people move.
They shut down pretty quick when they moved out. When they stopped moving.
Yep.
Like, having an old person go to hospital and be immobilized is not...
Well, exactly. And old people, like, a broken pelvis is a death sentence.
Yeah, a lot of that is to do with the anesthetic, though. They don't recover well from anesthetic, but being immobile, like, is also not good for them.
Billy Blogs says that's ain't just Wales, so devolved government's fault. Yeah, but England has the same fucking problem. They've got a similar problem, maybe of a slightly different scale, but they're years behind as well. Yeah, 701,000 patients waiting for treatment. And 168,000 of them have been there for more than a year. Why? Because the government refused to treat them. Because...
Why not?
Work? Why work when I can just sit around and do fucking nothing? Is apparently the reaction of any and all doctors in the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's a thought. How about if doctors refuse to see patients in person, we strike them off the medical register because they've failed their fucking oath?
I mean, certainly offering a remote option is not the worst thing in the world, because I think a lot of people maybe, they don't necessarily want to go and do the whole face.
I mean, a remote option would be... A
certain percentage of people off from actually, like, seeing a doctor, but it shouldn't be the only option.
Well, in particular, talking about the flu, like, if you want people to stop spraying the fucking flu about, yeah, that's where remote fucking health comes in. So they can go up the doctor and the doctor can go, you look like shit. What are your symptoms?
Honestly?
I've got the sniffles and a temperature and I feel like I want to shoot my boss. Oh, okay. Sounds reasonable. Here's a week off work.
Yeah, but honestly, like, that would be... It would be the other way around. You would have the nurse in that case, I think, do the remote option, and have the doctors seeing the, like, people who really needed to come in and see a doctor. But instead, you're gonna have the doctors sitting at home, like,
Ah, yes, they knew
with their
the
remote
remote
appointments, and the
system.
nurses.
I was talking about something slightly different to that one, but yeah, that's the other one where they're like, oh, the nurses are going to be the ones doing all the tests, while the doctor's a bitch and sits at home on it. I don't know, presumably Zoom wanking to himself under the desk.
Yeah, probably.
But
You know, it's going to end up being the nurses that are doing it. And, you know, not to rag on nurses at all, but they have a different education, you know?
they have a different role, yes. And also, if a
They have a
nurse can
different
do a
role, different
doctor's job,
education.
what do we need doctors for?
Yeah, like, so inevitably some poor nurse who is trained to not be a GP, but actually be a nurse, is going to miss something. And
Yep.
she's going to get the blame for it.
But no, it would be entirely reasonable, like you said, to do some remote health, like... it could even be a government thing, potentially, but let's not get the government involved. Like, you get on a video call with a nurse, and the nurse is like, okay, hold the camera up to your face, say... Okay, what's wrong with you? Oh, I'm sneezing, I'm coughing, I've got a high temperature, I feel like crap. Oh yeah, it's probably the flu. Why did you bother wasting our time? Because my boss is a cunt. Okay, here's your medical certificate. It'll be in an email.
Yeah, and that would actually take some pressure off of the doctors, and as you say, stop people coming in and spreading the flu. Like, there's definitely a place for that. But there's not... It shouldn't be that the doctors don't want to see people, and then the nurses are going to pick up the slack of the doctor's job, which is what's going to happen.
Yep. No, we need the doctors there looking at people in person so they can actually treat them, so they can so that they can see them as people, not just another fucking number. See the humanity in them.
Plus, there's probably some things that, like, because if you're doing it remotely, you're somewhat expecting people to self-report. And I suspect there's a lot of symptoms that people don't necessarily think to report, but the doctor sees when they walk in the room. Like, they're holding themselves kind of funny, so maybe there's something wrong here that I need to look into.
Yep.
They might never think to tell you that.
Or they're walking a bit strange, maybe we need to look at this.
Yeah. And, like, you wouldn't think to tell the doctor that, because you may not even notice it yourself, because that'll be something the doctors are trained to look for, is, you know, body language symbols of something being wrong.
Yep. Chat points out that no, we need the nurses to do that because the doctors have to do trans surgeries because it's a matter of life and death. Yeah, I've got a solution, but you're not going to like it. It's a bit too final.
Oh no.
Ah, dear. Okay, speaking of government incompetence and lying and doing absolutely fucking nothing, Uvalde Police School District no longer cooperating with Texas probe of shooting, say sources.
With what?
The scum-sucking cowards in Uvalde after the school shooting are refusing to cooperate with the investigation into how useless they are.
Right, well, lock them all up then. If they're not cooperating, then we'll just assume malice.
Yep, seems reasonable to me. See no reason not to. So they're no longer cooperating with the Texas Department of Public Safety's investigation into the massacre at the elementary school and the state's review of the law enforcement response. Multiple law enforcement sources tell ABC News. The police chief and a spokesperson for the independent school district did not immediately respond to requests for comment from ABC News. According to sources, the decision to start cooperating occurred soon after the director of DPS, Colonel Steve McGraw, held a news conference Friday during which he said the delayed police entry into the classroom was the wrong decision and contrary to protocol.
Then why'd you do it?
Because they're, well, seeing history is basically on it. That local puss brigade refuses to cooperate. All right, replace the entire department with random locals.
And then have the locals arrest them.
Seems fair. Meanwhile, we have a meme. With all this gun control talk, I haven't heard one politician say how they plan to take guns from criminals, just law-abiding citizens.
Well, that's always the way.
Yep. Always. Because it's not about stopping crime, it's about something tree of liberty, and, well, we might as well burn the tree down because we don't want them watering it.
Something like that.
Meanwhile, in Ohio grants teachers permission to be armed in schools as the US marks Gun and Violence Awareness Day. Oh look! Something that might actually help. Before we get into the article, I'd like to point out the image where they've just kidnapped a bunch of kids, put them in t-shirts that say "End Gun Violence," and one of them's got a sign that says, "It's simple math. Kids greater than guns." And the kid looks like that they wish that someone had banned parents dragging their kids to protests. Kid doesn't give a flying shit.
I mean, you gotta ask what would have happened if the teacher had had a gun.
Well, there'd probably be one dead bad guy. Well, there's already is, but hopefully he would have been dead sooner. But like we're forever seeing teachers that try and tackle the guy, or try to hold doors closed and get shot. Like, if those teachers had had guns, it might have turned out differently. I'm not saying it would have, but it definitely would have had a better chance. And it's something I've seen online that's just so fucking stupid. It's like, oh, if there's a mass shooter, you've got a really small chance of using a gun to protect yourself. Well done, fuckheads. Yeah, so what chance...
a gun, surely.
Yep. So what chance would you have if you didn't have a gun? Because we're not talking about targeted violence here. We're talking about random violence.
I mean, sure, yeah, it's not the ideal situation when you're having to resort to teachers actually protecting the kids, but you're already not in an ideal situation at that point.
No, that's it. And no, the solution's not to ban guns. Like, there might be less shootings in schools, but you're not going to end gun violence. Student history says protocol is probably, 3 to 4 popos on scene, and then they go party mode with follow-up officers following the exact same instructions. Almost. Protocol is 3 to 4 popos if they all show up at the same time. Otherwise, it's if you're the first popo on scene and backup is more than 10 seconds away, congratulations, you're about to be a hero or die trying. And I'm okay with either of those. I'm not like shoot around to schools, 8 teachers in firing line with AR-15s. Based. Or over in Polk County, Florida. Grady Judge there. If you try and fuck with our schools, this is the last thing you'll see before we blow you the fuck away. Graveyard dead. So, moving on from that. So, Ohio is set to enact a law that allows teachers and other staff to be armed with guns in schools once they've completed up to 24 hours of initial training. Proponents hope armed teachers will reduce the frequency and deadliness of school shootings. Well, they will, just by virtue of shitbag criminals don't tend to like getting into gunfights.
Yeah, it might be a bit of a deterrent, like, because a lot of the time, I guess, they know that they're going to get shot by the police. Like, they must know that. So it's about going in there and causing as much havoc and mayhem as they can so that they get their name all over the news after they die. If they thought they were going to go in there, point a gun at someone and get executed by the teacher, it might not be quite so...
Well, that's it. Like, what happens to mass shootings in most places of Texas? The shooter gets 1, maybe 2 people, and then they're rapidly cooling down to room temperature on the floor.
And then who gets to be in the paper? It's not the shooter, it's the hero.
Yes. Yes, there'd be a lot less school shootings if the front page of every newspaper was hero teacher kills attempted shooter stone cold dead. teacher shoots shitbag who tried to harm students.
All of a sudden, it wouldn't seem quite so tempting. It's like, oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna get shot by the teacher as soon as I pull the gun out, and that's just gonna make the teacher a hero. Well,
Okay, so unfortunately this article's written by ABC Australia, so it's a bunch of fucking pussy cunts who are scared of the word gun, let alone the real thing. So, let's see. Representative Thomas Hole, the bill's sponsor, said in emergency situations that our schools' seconds matter and tragedies can be prevented. Because you can't rely on the school resource officer. That cunt will hide outside. Because we saw that, and that cunt's still on trial for being a fucking coward. As Student History points out, it's funny how these people light up the easy targets, and as soon as it's the cops, they either shoot themselves, get shot, or immediately surrender. Yep. Dead criminals makes me feel good.
I mean, would it be awful to give the teacher some fucking training?
Yep.
Hopefully they never need it. If they do, well, they could save hundreds of lives.
Yep, so the bill's opponents, which includes the teachers' unions and the state's main police union. Oh, the unions! Are those the things that turned out to be completely fucking worthless over the last 2 years? You know, the ones that don't care about human rights? So it will only make schools more dangerous for children. Explain how!
Ask the 18 dead kids.
Yes, but explain to me how armed teachers are going to make schools more dangerous. Like, what kind of shitbags are you hiring if that's going to happen? And it actually talks about that sooner. They're like, oh, armed teachers would be required to undergo criminal background checks. First question, what kind of shithole of pony show are you running where you don't have background checks on your fucking teachers anyway?
Yeah, that should be the first thing you're doing. Maybe you would get less blue-haired whales then, too. It's just a side product, which wouldn't be terrible.
Yep. Under the new law, school districts would have to notify parents if they decide to let armed teachers onto school premises. Meanwhile, the Republican congressman who came out in support of gun control after a mass shooting in his area dropped out of the race for his re-election on Friday upon coming under withering criticism from Republicans who saw his policy shift as a betrayal. Yeah, fuck you, you slimy sack of shit. Oh, it's the dipshit from Buffalo, New York. Go fuck yourself, you cunt. Yeah, student history's like, wait, the teachers aren't background checked?
Yeah, that should be something you were already doing, guys.
Yeah, like, why aren't you background checking your teachers already?
Yeah, oh, we would have to do this. Yes, you would.
Do you see how that's a good thing? Meanwhile, in Louisiana, no permit gun bill changed to allow armed teachers. So Louisiana lawmakers have converted a controversial bill doing away with the need for permits to carry concealed weapons into one allowing trained teachers and school administrators to carry guns on campuses. Based.
Yeah, I'm not saying the problem.
Yeah. A panel of Louisiana legislators has converted the bill. Until the shooting in Uvalde, the House passed bill doing away with the need for concealed carry permits appeared to be on track for passage in the Senate, and a likely veto from Governor Dipshit, who rejected similar legislation last year. Why the fuck can one person veto what so many representatives want? This seems dodgy. Uvalde appears to change the bill's trajectory, basically blah 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 blah. Yeah, I have no problem with armed teachers. Like, if these are people that can be trusted to be around kids unsupervised in the fucking first place, I don't think it makes any difference if we train them a little and give them the choice to carry a firearm if they want to. Like, fuck me sideways. Like, it's not like they're requiring the teachers to be armed. They're requiring them to... They're allowing them to be. And again, I see no problem with teachers carrying firearms on their person to protect the kids. How can it be more dangerous to the kids? Like, for fuck's sake. Come on. Ah, dearie me.
Narrative, though, you know.
Yeah, my narrative. Speaking
More
of...
guns equals more death, obviously.
Here's an article that's not really related, but I just wanted to cover because it's fucking funny. Britons fight and die like cannon fighter in Ukraine, says teenage volunteer.
Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, so some idiot volunteers themselves, untrained, to go and fight in a foreign country, and then comes back and complains that the foreign country didn't spend time and resources training them before sending them on the front line. Like, that is the most fucking first world thing I've ever fucking heard.
Yeah. So this absolute bellend described the country's foreign legion as disorganized mayhem. You're a Brit! You've never seen a gun in your fucking life! What do you think use they're going to have for you? That's right, George. They're going to be cannon fodder, chewed up and turned into cat food. See? He likes cat food.
I don't even know where he is, but I can... Oh, he's behind me. What? Is he an idiot? There you go. George agrees.
Yep.
Laughed as an idiot.
Yep.
So basically, this kid went over there to virtue signal how good he was going to fight in a fucking foreign country. And instead of getting in the way, they were like, oh, here's a gun, go and fight on the front line. And he's like, they didn't train me first. It's like they're at war. You knew this when you went over there, you idiot. You're lucky you got to come back.
Yep. Student History says, I'm sorry, did you think the foreign nation is going to give a damn if you fucking die? No, that's why they asked for veterans, trained volunteers, not some pencil-necked dumbass. Prime Night...
The best part is, though, like, a lot of their own, like, soldiers are recently conscripted. They probably have no fucking idea what they're doing either, but they don't get the luxury of leaving like this loser when they figure out they don't like it.
Tristan Armstrong says, the military has an unlimited liability clause. Soldiers can be ordered into harm's way. The compensation package takes that into account. The teaching profession doesn't. Yeah, but we're not suggesting that teachers be forced to go armed. We're saying that they should have the option to do so if they want.
Stop.
Prime Knight, as if one must do a federal background check to get a gun, a teacher should do one as they deal with children.
But, like, I'm astounded that they don't. Like, I thought that was standard.
Yep. Like, are you not doing a basic background check to see if the blue-haired retard in front of you is a convicted sex offender? Or are background checks to rule out sex offenders transphobic?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Let's see. So, those who answered the call...
Yes,
yeah. Those who answered a call for foreign fighters to help defend Ukraine suggested that as many as 20 Britons could have died in the conflict, although it is understood the Foreign Office believes the figure to be much lower. What, were you expecting to survive the war, were you?
You went over there to fight. Wasn't a holiday. Idiots. Like, if you didn't want to go over there to fight, you should have just not wasted everybody's time.
Yeah. Oh no! Britons have died. Yeah, well, what the fuck were they doing in Ukraine? No.
Signaling.
Exactly. This isn't blaming the victim. These idiots get what they fucking deserve. Like, oh no. Like, we're not talking about the people who got conscripted to go fight in World War II here. No, we're talking about some bellend from one of the better countries on Earth who decided that they weren't doing enough virtue signaling and they'd go all the way to some third world shithole to fight Russians. Like, well done, you fucking retard.
That third world country didn't adequately train them before sending them to fight. And it's like, no, they probably didn't adequately train their own men.
Yep. So
Handed them a gun and was like, go fight the Russians, son.
Oh,
but they'll kill me. Go fight the Russians, son.
Oh, yep. Or how about the Russians in World War II? Okay, you 20 men, go attack those Germans. But sir, we've only got one gun. Did I fucking stutter, boy? When the first guy gets shot, pick his gun up and keep going.
Yeah, they'll shoot me. Well, if you don't, I'll shoot you.
Yep. So this idiot then says, you can't trust these people to look after you. Yes, it's called an army.
You idiot.
Yep. It's disorganized mayhem. You're ill-equipped, you're poorly armed, you'll be used as cannon fodder. What, do you think the Ukrainian soldiers are getting a better fucking deal?
What an idiot.
Yep.
Do you know what? They can keep him. I send him back.
Yeah, we don't want him back.
Use him as cannon fodder. Just want it, and then to come back and whinge about it, like actually whinge about it, not to come back as a warning, like guys, like I made a mistake, you know, I thought I was gonna go over there and help, like they're not offering training, I was probably in their way, don't go over there unless you know what you're doing, kind of thing. Like no, he comes back and whinges like a fucking child.
Yep. So another one, a former Royal Navy engineer from Cornwall described scenes of chaos. There was absolutely no structure to it all, nothing at all, he said of the Foreign Legion. There was a Ukrainian officer who was in charge of the whole entity and left us to our devices essentially for the first few days. It was chaos, absolute chaos. Fuck me dead, anyone would think you were in a war zone.
Would give this war zone 1 out of 5 stars.
Yep. The hotel was bad. It had no roof, no beds.
Food was cold.
And the staff was thoroughly unhelpful.
Just fuck's sake.
Yep. So he fought in somewhere that doesn't matter, that saw heavy fighting. And he's like, there were plenty of guys that were without helmets, without enough magazines sometimes to fight with effectively. Yeah, did you think they were going to give you guys the good shit when they had their own soldiers who didn't have enough to go around, you fucking bellends?
Just...
Yeah, he was then told his 3-month tour of duty would become 3 years, and that within 24 hours he would be posted somewhere else in the east. Oh, no, sorry, this is someone else. Someone called Atkin, who'd had basic training in Britain as a military cadet, was spurred to join the Foreign Legion after seeing images at the start of the invasion. He flew to Poland in March before making his way to the border to join the International Legion. The size 3-month tour of duty would become 3 years. Oh, what? Did you think they were suddenly going to give up fresh blood? He was asked to surrender his passport. Yeah, so you can't fuck off when things get too hairy for you, you pussy. When he questioned Ukrainian officials about the sudden change in terms, the response was nobody would join otherwise. Imagine being that stupid.
What did they think was going to happen? Like, genuinely. Do they think that this is a holiday?
Geodes might be onto it. This is what happens when LARPing is a mental condition. I blame Antifa. Yeah, they're literally LARPing. They think this is fucking airsoft or some shit.
They think they're going to go over there. They're going to take their mobile phone with them. They're going to take a bunch of pictures. You know, just like the ones that got places bombed because they were over there. Like, posting on Reddit. Like, oh, we're sheltering here. How cool are we? Next thing, bomb. It's like, what are you doing? It's genuinely for fucking virtue points. Look at me. Like, I don't just have a Ukrainian flag in my bio. I went over to help. What do you mean you want me to get shot at?
Yeah, As Tristan Armstrong says, no, I was going to use my knowledge of military history to advise your generals.
Probably. Well, I've watched many a YouTube video on battles and war, and like I've played some video games where I've had to like move my tanks around and stuff. So I really think that I should be like with the top dogs, like organizing everything. But no, I don't want to be on the front line, guys. No, I should be like basically in charge of the army.
I've played Call of Duty. I know that if I hide behind the wall, my health will regenerate, but if I get killed, I'll just respawn in a few seconds. What do you mean I don't respawn in real life? Wow, I want to go home!
Yeah, pretty much.
Absolute fucking idiot. Oh dear. So stupid.
But not even just stupid, like actively getting in the way.
Yep, that's it.
Like, no wonder they're sending them to the front line as cannon fodder, because it probably gets them out the fucking way.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. Sooner history's like, if you haven't had actual warfare experience, just go outside, breathe fresh air, touch grass, and have a beer. And if you've had actual warfare experience, why the fuck would you go fight for some shithole country that hasn't even promised to pay you?
Well, that's probably why they're getting all the idiots.
Well,
getting the actual veterans over there are like, nah.
In that case, they can keep them.
They're looking at it, it's like, not worth dying for.
That's it. I didn't like doing it for my country. I ain't doing it for someone else's. Sooner history is awfully optimistic and says, I'm sure 1 over 100 will survive and make themselves useful, just like in the Soviet army.
No, the 1 of 100 that survived came back home and started whinging about it.
Alright, has this guy even come back?
Well, if not, they can keep him.
Seeing there in Ukraine guy, I came to a country that was at war to fight up to be a soldier, and they're sending me to fight. I'm not supposed to fight, I'm just a soldier. Fucking bellend.
I came here to be a general.
Ardent Party makes a good point. Like, it ain't like the fucking French Foreign Legion. You don't get fucking citizenship out of this fucking deal.
Well, that would be a form of payment, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're not offering payment.
Yeah, because like Ardent Party says, if Ukraine guarantee me citizenship, I consider going. Yeah! No, they can keep the fucking loser.
Yeah, keep him, send him to the front line. We don't want him. Don't want him back. Too windy.
Finders keepers is yours now. No takes your backs, no returns.
Yeah. Nah, he came over there. You let him in. He's your problem now.
Yep.
Just take his phone and send him back to the front line.
Can you stop him from whining to us about it?
I mean, just look. I'm just looking at the picture. Like, look at the face. Like, the lip is tripping him. Like, I had a bad time. Really? You voluntarily went over to a fucking war zone and wasted everybody's fucking time. And like a child, you're sitting there with a fucking pet lip about how hard it was. You shouldn't have went over there. Unlike those poor boys over there who have no fucking choice because they've been scripted and are not allowed to leave. Like, those boys I feel sorry for. You're just an idiot.
Billy Blogs asks, do you reckon Russia will make demands for the return of the UK people they capture? I hope they do, and I hope the UK government's like, but what will you take to keep them?
Honestly, I'd rather take a Ukraine lad back in his place who didn't have a choice.
Yep. But not one of these ones that pretends to be a woman when it's convenient for them.
No, not one of this. But honestly, I'd rather swap him for a Ukraine lad who was sent to the front line who didn't have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Than this lad who went over there and just made a mockery of everything.
Yeah. Now, Tristan Armstrong's made some really good points as well. If they're really concerned about Russia, they ought to enlist with their home militaries and prepare to defend their own nations. Well, you see, Tristan, the problem with that is that there's a standard to get into a real military.
They probably don't even want to. Like, they would probably find some reason not to join their own military, that it was racist or sexist. Or
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it.
They would find a reason not to.
They thought that these idiots thought that they were only going to go over there for 3 months. Yeah, they don't want to sign up for 5 years in a real military. No, they just want to go LARPing for 3 months and get photos taken in uniform so they can come back and get all that feminist pussy.
They thought it was going to be a holiday with lots of virtue points.
Mm-hmm.
Got a rude awakening when they got over there, and it's somebody else's fault.
To be fair, the media is largely to blame.
Maybe, to an extent, but still, like, you'd have to be monumentally stupid to fly to a war zone and then complain that you were sent to war.
Actually, weren't there some idiots in the actual British, in one of the militaries a couple of years back, who were whining about getting sent to Iraq?
Probably.
I'm certain I remember some idiots who actually joined the military and then whined when they were deployed. But, like, what is your problem?
Was that they disagreed with where they were being sent, or like that they just didn't expect to actually be deployed?
The latter.
Fair enough. I mean, 'cause I could maybe somewhat understand if they were like, I don't agree with the war in Iraq, and so, you know, I'd rather not be sent there.
But no, I'm certain there was some that was actually complaining. Let's see if I can find it.
Complaining that that they went to the army and got sent to war. Yeah, that sounds about right. What do you mean I have to actually fight? Like, yes, that's what your job is.
I can't find it with the cursory service.
It's not good enough, Bezic.
Can
you get out of the way, Cat? You're being terribly annoying today.
No, he won't. Screw you, he says. Ah, dear. Right. All I have left is some losers whining about Johnny Depp. Do we want to look at losers whining about Johnny Depp?
Why not? It was a great day. And it does truly astound me that they're like tripling down on some of it now. And it's just like, if that's the case, apparently the media has lost so much credibility over this. Which,
yeah.
I mean, honestly, is awesome that people are actually seeing what the media is saying about this and going, you're bullshitting.
Yeah, that's mostly what I wanted to look at, because you've probably seen a lot of the other stuff on Lotus Eaters or just around. Okay, how about The Root? Amber Heard verdict sends a message to black women everywhere. Because...
that one's amazing. Is that message, don't make up abuse allegations? because that's a pretty good message. Although it's a little racist that you think black women need it.
Well, apparently, if the mistreatment of a wealthy, blonde-haired, blue-eyed white actress is ridiculed by the world, what does that mean for black women? What
The
mistreatment?
mistreatment of.
I'm heartbroken that the mountain of evidence still wasn't enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence, and sway of my ex-husband, she said in a statement shortly after the date was announced. What power, influence, and sway, you silly whore? You destroyed it all!
It sounds like somebody wants to be sued again. Were you not... Did you not learn the lesson? No?
No.
Are you not poor enough? Okay.
Oh, here we go.
We'll keep going.
This is what she had to say. I'm even more disappointed with what this verdict means for other women. It is a setback. It sets back the clock to a time when a woman who spoke up and spoke out could be publicly shamed and humiliated. It sets back the idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously. Well,
no, you
no.
bitch. You've set back. Like, it pisses me off because she's the one who's setting stuff back. Like, yes, you know, women who are barred housewives or whatnot, they want to be believed when they come forward because they, you know, they're just gonna try and make it that they're the same as she's done with him, where she tried to make out that he was the bad guy. She tried to turn the tables on him. She told him nobody would believe him. Like, yeah, of course you want to be believed if you come out with it, but people like Amber Heard who come out and lie publicly about it, they do set it back because now you're gonna get to a point where people are gonna go, well, there's a liar there, so women can lie about this thing, so why should we believe you? And that is gonna set things back. That is gonna, to an extent, stop some people coming forward with genuine abuse allegations for fear of being labeled an Amber Heard. Like, so yeah, she's right. It has put it back, but not in the way she's doing it.
So, this article, written by some absolute bellend, says, for black women who do not have whiteness or fame or money to protect them, I'm not even going to attempt to dismantle that one. Heard's words of the verdict is a setback ring especially true. Whether you believe her or not, what? The way the world treated Heard was downright cruel and uncalled for. No, you stupid bastards. Not only were her bruises placed under a microscope by forensic experts during the trial, social media joined in on the skeptics. I'm sorry. Are you offended that experts looked at the evidence?
Yeah. Yeah, apparently they are. It's amazing, isn't it?
Like, I'm sorry. Are you really upset that Johnny Depp's side got to look at your evidence and go, well, this is what we think?
She's holding up her quote-unquote bruise kit, which...
Yeah, didn't even exist till like 5 years after it happened.
No, in the entertainment industry, like, I think was telling me about this, that they have, they actually have bruise kits, and they're for putting bruises on, which is why she corrected herself from the word bruise kit and was like, I call it my bruise kit. And it's like, I don't think you would use that terminology as an actor because you would know what it means.
Some even believed Depp when he said that she was the aggressor in the relationship. Yet how dare they believe the video evidence?
Like the jury...
How dare they believe that she was the aggressor after they have recordings of her abusing him?
Yeah, where she's talking about, like, oh, I can't promise I won't hit you again, and all this, and it's like, okay, so...
Go ahead, tell people, no one will believe you.
Which, yeah, go ahead, tell people no one will believe you. Like, that is... that is the kind of thing you would hear an abuser say. Like, yeah, you tell people, they'll never believe you. Like,
so they say
that is an abuse tactic.
Yep. Gaslighting. No, gaslighting is something different. But it is an abuse tactic. No one will believe you.
No one will believe you. They'll believe me. And it's just going to be worse if you tell them, because then they'll think you're a liar too.
Yeah, a liar. And even if it was true, you're so pathetic because a woman beat you up. Like, well done.
Yeah, the way she's like, she calls him a baby, and she's like, you're not punched. I hit you. Yeah, but you're not punched. Like, you're such a baby. Like that. How people cannot, how these media outlets can still peddle that she's not the abuser is amazing.
And they're like, if all of her privilege couldn't protect her from such viciousness, black women, like always, remain even more vulnerable. As we've seen from Tina Turner to Rihanna, from Megan Thee Stallion to the dozens of young black women R. Kelly abused. Our pain becomes punchlines and our humanity is invalidated. Sorry, what was the skin colour of the people, the culprits in all those cases, you silly cunts? Was it black men? But no. It can't possibly be black men that were abusing black women. It must be the evil white patriarchy.
Yes, it seems to, for the most part, be the media at this point, because there's a lot of, like, previous abuse victims coming out and, you know, saying, like, no, we don't stand with her. Like, here's the point in the trial that we knew that, for sure, that there was an abuser standing on that stand telling these stories. Like, she hasn't even got abuse victims on her side. They think she's done horrendous damage. But the newspapers are still peddling away. And I don't know if you've seen the I think it was in Sky News Australia, actually. They did a report on how damaging the media have been to themselves over this, because the media are very much on the opposite side to everybody else.
Yeah, a headline like, media loses reader trust by painting the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial as misogynistic.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yes, I have seen that.
That's the one.
Arnott Party's like, says, I feel the need to reiterate at this point, pleasant gentlemen, never ever stick your dick in crazy. Yes, also don't let the crazy stick in you. Especially not if it's a female penis. So where was I? Quickly looking at, how times like Depp v. Heard remind us that the legal system is still stacked against survivors. Yeah, like Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Fever Fry is like guilty even when proven innocent. Amazing. A philosophy truly representative of what makes fake news fake news. Possum Reviews is like, what are you talking about? Johnny got justice against his abuser. Why do I...
Yeah, we believe Johnny.
Why do I not have a rim shot in my soundboard? That's a fucking failure. And, more tweets. Hillary Clinton's a stupid bitch. It's like, no one actually needs an AR-15. Look, Hillary, here's the rule I've got. If the government doesn't want me to have it, I need it.
And if they want to force you to have it, then...
No matter what the government wants, I'm against it.
Seems like the safest way, to be fair.
Let's see. Yeah, so another tweet. Stop it, you make a mockery of actual survivors. Any publication not condemning this narcissistic abuser on the grounds she is a woman is not against abuse, they're ideological zealots who are against men.
Hey, that was by me.
Yes!
It's true though.
Mhm.
Like, just there's no way. Either they didn't watch the trial, in which case you've got no fucking business commenting on it, or you're just writing it for ideological reasons.
Mm-hmm. And it's obviously ideological. It's time. Let's see. Base Ape's like, doesn't this woman have like 50 or something close friends that have killed themselves? Yeah, Hillary, I need one to be around you. Ardent Parties asks, what are you using for a soundboard? There is a plugin for OBS that can do some soundboard shit.
I've never looked into that.
No, well, you use Streamlabs OBS, which doesn't allow plugins because it's shit and gay.
Fair enough. Fair enough, but it does read my super chats out for me. So
True.
I could do it without that, but I don't see why not.
Yeah, it's simple enough. You've taken care of most of the main problems in other ways, but yeah. Adipai's like, oh, you guys are on Twitter. Gonna follow you both shortly. Yes, we're on Twitters.
Yeah, we are. I mostly just tell idiots off.
She really does.
I do. Sometimes I'll find a live one, and that's always fun.
I remember that one that we were poking for a bit. What an absolute bellend.
Oh, the commie guy. Yeah, I actually had to mute him in the end because he wouldn't go away. He just wouldn't stop.
Was that the idiot who's like, make your own YouTube? What kind of idiot uses YouTube? I don't know. People who'd like to actually grow.
No, although I do know what one you're talking about. But I'm thinking of the commie guy a while back who just wanted to argue, and then we got a guy from an ex-communist country, and he pops up and he's like, "Hi," because one of his arguments was like, you just don't know what you're talking about when it comes to communism. Like, I know. And it's like, okay, well, here's a guy who comes from a communist country or an ex-communist country. And he's like, I think it's shit too. And he just immediately blocks him. And we're like, so why did you block him? Did he kind of break the narrative, buddy?
Yes. The best use for Disco's Twitter feed is, of course, kitty pics.
Yeah. Are you just going through my Twitter now?
No, I was just seeing on the page and it's like, oh, pictures. And I'm like, I see a George. So I'm
just going to be like, silence, Commie. Yeah, pretty much. But I had to mute him in the end because, like, I was at work and I was just getting a constant stream of fucking like mentions off this guy. Like, he just got obsessed with adding me, and I'm like, okay, somebody's getting muted now because I'm kind of busy.
Yeah.
He's probably still going somewhere in the void.
Yeah. I wish it was on brand to just look at kitty pictures for hours. No, instead we have to look at pedophiles.
No, you get to look at nonsense because this is the future you chose.
Mm-hmm. Not the hero we deserve, the hero we need.
Pretty much.
Meanwhile, we have a clip about, I believe this is Herd's lawyer. Elaine Breda Hoft is a liar. Yes, that one.
Oh, that's so good. So good.
Yes, I believe you posted this one.
Oh, I must have watched this about 50 times. Like, I had it on loop, and I was like, I can't. Like, I think I said to Ape, like, I can't stop watching it. Like, I can't stop.
Oh, well, we'll play it so everyone can laugh. I won't be surprised if most people have seen this, but we'll play it again anyway.
Fought hard and lost that battle. So it should not have happened.
I am a former NFL player, and after a hard loss, it's easy to wake up and point to the other side. Oftentimes, I realized the better thing to do was to look in the mirror.
Oh! Of course they had to put some fucking copyrighted music over the background of that, so I'm sure I'm going to have to fight that later.
It's so good, though.
It is. Oh, dear.
It's actually worth the copyrighted music.
Yep.
It was just fantastic. Like, she's like, oh, we shouldn't have lost. And it's like, maybe look in the mirror.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Prime Knight says base takedown. It is.
Yeah.
So, here's an article. Prior to the trial, just 34% of Americans did not trust news shows, television, and radio news reporting. How was it that low? The number has jumped to 56% according to our latest poll.
It should be more. To be fair. Like, after the coup.
Yeah.
But, you know,
after Russiagate.
If anything good comes out of this bullshit, like, I hope it's that the media fucking disgraces itself.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've been doing this for far too long.
Yeah.
And they just seem to think that, like, they claim to be news, but they just think they can just print whatever the fuck they feel like.
Yep.
And then claim to be authoritative sources. It's like, no, I hope you destroy your credibility. And then you'll sit there and go, but why does nobody believe anything that we write anymore? And it's like, I wonder, maybe it's because you write fucking bullshit.
Is it because you've been caught out lying constantly?
Nah, could be that.
Possibly because they've been caught out lying constantly. There we go. Disco Ardent Party says thanks for following them.
Am I following you? Maybe I am.
Must be, apparently. Oh dear. And Tristan Armstrong's like, how many seconds grace period do you get before the copyright bot strikes? Fuck all. Approximately fuck all.
If they can get away with it, yeah. Right, Kat, I've asked you how many times to not climb on me today. Stop it. Bloody Bengal.
Yeah, Student History says, trust in the media cratering in real time. Now this does put a smile on my face. Yes.
Yeah. Like, I don't feel bad for them. Like, I hope they fucking demolish their credibility.
Mm-hmm.
They do. Genuinely.
Yep, bugger them. They're bastards.
And when they come crying, I don't care. You did this. You keep lying. It's about time it came back to haunt you.
Yeah. What else do we have? Yes, we have that Sky News article again, where the media losing reader trust. And no, this is good Sky News, by the way, chat. Not that abomination that is whatever the thing in England is.
I mean, if Australia has anything, it is this.
Yeah, we've got very little good stuff in Australia, and one of them is Sky News.
I do quite enjoy the Sky News Australia. Like, I really wish that we had more like that over here.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised they get away with existing in Australia. So media outlets claim misogyny is the reason Johnny Depp prevailed over his ex-wife Amber Heard in a US court. However, last the trust of their readers.
Really?
Yeah, crazy.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like lying constantly is not gonna get you trust.
No. You don't have to look very hard to find video clips of the defamation trial on social media platforms. There are countless dramatic moments of Heard being cross-examined by the now famous lawyer Camille Vasquez, which gave millions around the world an answer to the only question that mattered. Was Amber Heard credible? If the court of public opinion could offer an edict, the answer was clearly no.
Yep, and the jury said no, but the media, for some reason, said misogyny.
So yeah, the one idiot, Moira Donegan, said that despite the jury finding that Heard not only lied but acted with malice when she intentionally spread those lies, the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial was an orgy of misogyny, she wrote. That sounds gay.
Orgy of misogyny. Yeah, it does. It sounds like a bunch of guys just around having like big old orgy, telling everyone how much they hate women. It's like, it sounds like a code for being gay, fellas.
Yep. The backlash to hashtag #MeToo has long been underway. Yes, it's almost as if, immediately after the feminists got hold of what was a real issue, they ruined it.
Feminists would never do that. Amber Heard used a movement that had probably some legitimacy, like when you talk about Weinstein and stuff, and used it for her own gain, basically.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for her, Me Too had lost a lot of its legitimacy after idiots like Anita Sarkeesian were going, oh, hashtag Me Too because my pedophile rapist trans friend raped a man and now they're trying to claim that he was the one that raped them. It was some shit, I don't know. I think I'm making that one up, but I wouldn't put it past the silly bitch.
Well, I noticed Sarkeesian reared up her fucking head after this. And it's like, oh, look who's crawled out of the woodwork.
Yep. Oh, look who's trying to capitalize on a woman being stupid.
I think because somebody had said, was it Bass that said? I think it was Bass that said that there she is trying to represent people again. It's like, well, at least she's representing, a group she's part of this time.
Yep, true.
Liars.
Liars and abusers, yeah. Student History says, the real issue was Hollywood's full of abusers, but it got turned into a bad date with sexual harassment, now kill his whole career. Bingo. Well, that's it. They were sitting there with, what's his face? I can never remember his name. The one who got accused of masturbating in front of women. And it's like, oh, hashtag Me Too was sexually assaulted after he asked if he could masturbate in front of me. Then when I said yes, he masturbated in front of me.
Oh, I remember that, and I don't remember who it was. But yeah. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Oh, Louis C.K. Thanks, Arden. It's like, oh, but he had power. No, you stupid bitch. He asked if he could wank off in front of you and you said yes. The fuck did you think the man was supposed to do?
Yeah, what did you think was going to happen?
Base Tape says about the media, the serial lies are upset. Serial lie got comeuppance.
Yep.
Yeah. So the silly bitch also goes on to say in the article, the strange, illogical, and unjust ruling, oh, fuck off, has the effect of sanctioning Depp's alleged abuse of Heard and of punishing her for speaking about it. Right, so the trial, where they proved that that he didn't abuse her, but she abused him, and then she lied about him, and then lied about lying about him. And then...
Yeah, and then...
It's strange, illogical, and...
Because, like, her accusations were getting more extreme over time as well.
Yep. And they're like, oh, it's a strange, illogical, unjust rule. Were you watching the trial? No, of course you weren't. You're just making shit up and whining about men again. So the bitch is then like, activists operating under the guise of objective onlookers are upset because of what this means to their cause. They don't care about Heard, the fact that she's facing bankruptcy, or what commentary her young daughter might read online.
She deserves to be facing bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she does. And it's like, well, they're like, no one cares. And like, yeah, of course people don't care. Yeah, they care that their cause is taking hit. That's right. These women aren't upset about what's happened to Heard. If they're upset about the fact that it harms their movement.
Well, the only way for them to stop it from harming their movement is to condemn the liar. Condemn the person that took advantage of their movement. But they won't do that because she's a woman.
Yep. So the Sky News then... I'm going to take all this in a bad way because I'm forgetting that it's Sky News. So they're like... So Sky News says that... And this goes to the very heart of the issue with the Me Too movement. Individual cases of sexual or physical violence should not be conflated with others. Each allegation needs to be assessed in isolation. Many are true and many are not. That is why we have courts. Instead, many in the media wants to view cases as collectivizing examples of cultural trends. The problem with this narrative is that when a court does find that the woman has lied about her experience, Me Too activists find it hard to separate that notion from their reality. Or as the Guardians put it, when a decision goes against one woman, all women are being targeted with vitriol.
It's not that that woman stood there and just lied through her teeth.
Yeah, it's almost as if the public doesn't like it when rich cunts abuse a man, then lie about it, and then yell about how men are evil as well.
It's almost like actual abuse victims don't like it when somebody rides on the coattails of their abuse for attention.
Mm-hmm. And yes, Sky News says, remember, Heard was also able to successfully argue that comments by Depp's former lawyer impugned her reputation, hardly a verdict that a cabal of sexist jurors would render. Like, yeah, no shit. And then, of course, Amber Heard had to whine about free speech, not realising that there are restrictions on free speech such as slander and libel and shouting fire in a crowded theatre. And what in the sweet fuck is that cat doing?
Trying to climb on my PC.
Ah.
He just got unceremoniously yeeted out of...
Yeah. As Sky News points out, yes, Amber Heard is now concerned about the freedom of speech, even though she just successfully sued Johnny Depp for defamation. Yeah, well done, you stupid hoe. Can you...
Last time, George. Do it again, and you go, nope, right, that's it.
Kitty, go bye-bye. Prime Knight says, the beast of chaos will not be tamed. Ah, dear. Right, so what suffering has Prime Knight brought us? Sweet holy fucking Jesus. Gas has reached $10 a gallon in California.
I hear unhappy basic noises.
Yes. Gas has reached $10 a gallon in California. New Yorkers are paying $5 a gallon.
Right?
Yeah. Absolutely insane. Where's the pictures of Biden going? I did that.
Oh no, that was everybody else's fault, didn't you hear?
Yeah, seriously says, fuck California, they deserve every damn second of it. Yes, wall off California and make them part of Mexico, whether Mexico likes it or not.
It's just cruel and unusual.
For the Mexicans, you mean?
Yeah.
So basically, I don't care about the rest of that article, but yeah, it's no wonder people can't afford fucking anything. $10 a gallon for fuel. Yeah, they can totally afford to take time off work if they get sick.
We'll just mandate it and then they'll have to, won't they?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's it. Oh, we need to come up with an excuse to close the state borders. Yeah. How convenient timing that we now have monkeypox. Okay, speaking of progressives fucking things up in New York. Teachers and parents want real discipline as New York City student suspensions fall. A progressive push to soften school disciplines caused student suspensions to plummet and made city classrooms more chaotic and dangerous than ever. No shit! Like, we tested that with actual criminals. What do you think was going to happen in schools? So fucking stupid. So, suspensions of 5 days or more, mated out by principals and superintendents, plunged more than 42% from the fall of 2017 to the fall of 2021. As suspensions decline, taxpayer money allocated to restorative justice, a system that sends badly behaving students to mediation, conflict circle meetings, and guidance counselling, rather than boot them from classrooms, sought. The city in February pledged to sink $1.3 million more into such programs. That's the reason everything's in the toilet, one Queen's educator, who asked to remain anonymous, told the Post. They were saying people of colour were disproportionately affected by suspension, but to completely take suspensions away from everybody in every instance is doing more harm than good. Well, maybe the people of colour should stop disproportionately being scum. I know that's a crazy fucking thought, but black people can be good people as well. Like, God, the Democrats are so racist.
That sounds incredibly racist, Resik. How dare you accuse them of being good people?
Yes, how dare I insist on black people being held to the same standards as white people? I should treat them like animals, as the Democrats insist.
Incredibly racist, Resik. How dare you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Meanwhile, a fight caught on camera. Oh, look, it's a black girl beating up another black girl.
Yes, but giving her detention would be the racist thing.
Yes, clearly. Black and Hispanic kids are suspended more often than their peers. Is that because being a shitbag and fighting is considered culturally acceptable for them? No, it must be the racist white teachers. But fewer suspensions mean more mayhem in the classroom, according to educators and parents. We have teachers getting kicked at, spit at, cursed at, things thrown at them, and the kid is back the next day like nothing happened, said the teacher who didn't give her name for fear of retaliation. And the teacher is asked, what did you do to trigger the child? I don't know, tell them to stop beating each other up on the sidewalk?
Well, that's just their culture.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So right now, with the way the discipline is, it's basically stop doing that, or we'll ask you again. Wasn't that a fucking thing from Monty Python?
Probably.
Or something like, I'll write a strongly worded letter.
Which is why you have disciplinary systems in the first place, so that you don't just stand there stupidly asking them over and over again, like, please don't do this, please don't do
that. Tristan Armstrong asks, Australian Aborigines average IQ of 62. Press X to doubt. But let's assume it is, and say, is it realistic, just, or kind to hold that community to the same standards as your own? There are meaningful differences to take into consideration. Well, any alternative to holding them to the same standards as the rest of us gets awfully close to segregation. Because if we're not going to hold them to the same standards as civilized people, well, we need to separate them from civilized people. And that's... I'm pretty sure we established in the 60s that didn't work out too good. But yes, if we treat them as lesser, well, the solution is to evict them from civilized society, rather than demanding that they stop being fucking losers and do better. But Student 50 asks, why is the average IQ legally retarded? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's 62. It is definitely lower than white Australians, but it's nowhere near that low. Let me see if I can find where it is.
I can't really comment on that because I have no idea.
Oh, terrifyingly, it's looking to be correct.
62, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a site that I can trust a bit more.
Good luck with that.
Da, 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 da. Yeah, here we go. Here's SBS. They at least have the number. So they're waffling about the troubled history of IQ tests, and say Australia plays a misguided part. In Australia, it's much worse. Even today, you'll see Twitter pundits letting everyone know that the average IQ among Aboriginal people is 65, as though it's merely an interesting bit of trivia rather than a culturally biased blah 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 from a decades-old study, which they don't link to. But I am inclined to believe some of what they're saying in the article, that IQ tests are bullshit. But, yeah, IQ tests are bullshit. And Tristan Armstrong says, we don't evict every adult with Down syndrome from society, we make accommodation. Average for Down syndrome is 50 to 69. Sure, but people with Down syndrome are actually retarded. In the kindest possible meaning of that word. Aboriginals aren't retarded. Theoretically. And Tristan Armstrong says IQ tests aren't bullshit. It's the most studied and validated psychiatric you have. Okay, cool. Yeah, no. But black people aren't that fucking stupid, and if they were, we would be justified in all the things that we established were bad to do to black people. And look, even if their IQ was that low, we'd be fully justified from keeping them away from the rest of society for their own protection. And I've met enough Aboriginals personally to know that that's bollocks. Trying to find something non-woke but also reasonably useful. Ooh, we might have to go to actual science from the 70s and 80s.
There's a George outside, and he's yelling at the door because I chucked him out.
George is being cranky.
He's like, how could you? It's like, you know how I could. You know.
Hmm. Yeah, here we have some old research papers from, what year was it? Oh, it's from the 1970s. 1975. For example, DeLacy in 70 and 71 has shown that the relative performance of Aboriginals and part Aboriginals on tests of intelligent behaviour is probably determined by level of contact with European culture rather than by race. Dyson et al. In 1973 have shown that the performance of Aboriginal children adopted early into white families in Adelaide does not differ significantly from white children of equivalent socio-economic status. Despite the fact that the scientific completion of this natural experiment would require the early fostering of white children by Aboriginal families, the evidence points clearly to a great importance of environmental variables in determining the development of intelligent behaviour.
It's not necessarily genetic. It's lack of education, I guess.
Yeah. My guess would be, one, the fact that IQ tests are fucking worthless to start with. And then secondly, IQ tests do a lot of spatial geometry and pattern matching that are fucking hard for adults in Western societies. And Student History says, so the paper says integration good. Yes. Yes, it does. Unfortunately, as with everything, even though it's a fucking 50-year-old study, I'm still not allowed to read the whole fucking thing. Like, for fuck's sake, why do these bastards do this? Grumble. Just going to see if I can get access to the article. Thump. Very loud keyboard.
It might be a loud keyboard, but it sounds awesome. Although I'm probably gonna have to wrap up relatively soon because I'm supposed to be streaming with Ape later on, and I still need to eat and have a shower. And I suspect he's not gonna want to stream all night because
Fussy.
He's a betrayer monkey.
Yeah, yeah, we'll leave it there. But to summarize, I'm pretty sure that IQ tests. We know that IQ tests are flawed, and what they measure probably isn't useful to somebody who's just been dragged out of the wilderness.
Probably not.
Yeah. And again, the Aboriginals aren't that fucking stupid. They pretend to be, and they act it sometimes, but that's because they're allowed to go away with it for the same reason that black teenagers in New York don't get punished. Because it's racist to hold them to the standard of a civilized society. And again, if they are that fucking stupid, well, we shouldn't allow them in society anyway. But well, let's not do that, because that gets us into a very bad position historically. One last one. Billy Blogs asks, how and when did Aboriginals get to Australia? They floated over, probably at least 60,000 years ago. Long fucking time they've been here. Achieved fuck all, but a long time they've been here. Yeah, or as Base Tape says, aliens. Yeah, why do you think they don't want people near Ayers Rock? It's an alien launch pad. Alright, so what are you and Ape getting up to later, Disco? You might as well chill.
We're doing... he still hasn't come up with a proper name for it. It's either, what is it? Weekly White Pill, or something like Disco and Ape show each other the internet or something. So we're just gonna be looking for like fun things to share with one another on stream.
Very nice. White pills after the Sultans. That might be a good idea.
Basically meet them after the Sultans. Like, I can't think why, Basic.
So no. Student History says, you go achieve something that scorched hellhole. Yeah, that's a fair point. It's what I think it's like the iron paradox or something, where if you don't have iron close to the surface, you're shagged, historically. Oh, actually, no, I think it might be the book Blood and Steel or something like that. Something. Anyway. So, yeah, go check out Disco and Ape's thing after this.
It's probably going to be in an hour or so. I need to go for a shower and I need to find food. Otherwise, I'm going to be cranky. Which will be great for the white pill thing if I'm just, like, growling at everything that he tries to do.
Yes.
It's like, look at this thing. I'm hungry.
Yes. Other shilling. Are we factorioing sometime through the week?
Probably.
Will Monkey be there?
That is the question. We'll definitely Factorio sometime throughout the week. Whether or not there's a monkey present or not will depend. Will determine whether we do Angel Bobs or non-Angel Bobs.
Yes. So stay tuned.
For some reason, Monkey doesn't like Angel Bobs. It's really strange.
Must be that 62 IQ.
I can't imagine why he doesn't like it, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
He's like, yes. I don't know what that yes is to. Is that to you showing up doing Factorio this time, or is that to Angel Bobs? Have you come around? I bet it's to Angel Bobs, but he's like, yeah, I actually want to play Angel Bobs. But yes, we will definitely be playing something later this week.
Indeed.
Factorial wise.
Yes to no angel boobs.
Yes to no angel boobs.
Yeah.
So that means you're playing with us this week?
Yes, we require Monkey for, well, security. Monkey go kill boobs.
Security this week,
True. He was a very productive monkey.
He was doing more. Yeah.
And in fact, he was doing too little security.
He did get distracted from his duties.
We did find the message you left made our minds for the boogs, though.
That's very good. But yes, I'm gonna go and get ready for that stream.
Yes. Well, everyone, I'm sure you know how to find those too. There should be links all over the place if you haven't already found them. And they're also linked on the front page of the Sultans thingy and other cool channels to check out. Otherwise, and everyone's arriving back just in time for us to sign off.
Well, that's what happens when you wander off, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll learn you. You should hang around for the entire 5 hours. Yes, we will be back here, same time, same place, next week for more black pills and poop pills, apparently.
Fuck's sake.
After the stream, go check out Disco and Ape looking at hopefully white pills. And we'll do some Factorio during the week with hopefully with a monkey.
Promise me white pills.
I'm sure Chat will
doesn't bring
disabuse
them.
him of that. Chat will poke him with black pills until he gives in.
I hope not.
Mm-hmm.
Billy Vlogs, my YouTube channel, is the same as my channel name. Just
If you scroll down to the description of this video, Disco and Monkey are linked. Other than that, yeah, we will see you all next time for more black pills.
Yes, and I'll see you in an hour or so for some white pills.
Yay, white pills. Goodbye, everybody. Shadilay, folks.
Bye.